Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, happy Monday, guys. Happy Monday. Did everybody enjoy their Sunday treat? Did everybody enjoy that? I hate secrets, so it's hard for me to not blab about that, but thought you guys would enjoy. Thought that was kind of fun. All right, let's see. Casper, Kirby, Debbie Rose, Graham, Foreskin Quilt, Kaylee, Linola Cola, Caramelized Onions, Kirby, Ren, Frick the Pirate, Demon, DJ Sunny, Casper, Molly, Lavishly Lavender, Jesus Christ is here. Hell yeah, brother. Let's see. What else we got cooking, guys? High Key is here. Hell yeah. We've got Grayson, Graham. Right's right. Jennifer is here. Long time no see. Hope that you're well. Glenn is here. Marty is here. Tabby is here. Lesser Older Tales. Timid Kitten, of course. I think I already said that. Sorry. It's been a day, and it's 3 o'clock. Barbie is here. Voicing Emu is here. Kaiji is here. Hermia is here. Starshine and Yarshmellow. Yeah, dude. What's Mein Kampf? What's that? Theora is here as well. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. And Moody Manticore is here as well. Yeah, I thought that was kind of fun. I am also pretty EP today. Oh, I haven't really been sleeping, so that's super cool. Super bass, super cool. So I'm a little more unhinged and deranged than normal, which is awesome. Which is super cool, guys. Super cool. But I'm glad that you guys liked your surprise. I didn't really I really didn't know how that conversation was gonna go, but I guess it ended up fine, I suppose. I don't know. It's kind of a clusterfuck. I didn't really know what to expect, to be completely honest with you. I wasn't quite sure. Yeah, I thought that was kind of crazy. No, I have not been taking my vitamin D. I should. I do have my happy lamp. Though. Yeah. Oh, the other thing, I was gonna say something else and I totally fucking lost it. Yeah, Insight by Tasha Eurich is probably one of my favorite books that I have ever read. Probably one of my favorite books that I've ever read. It's basically, if I remember correctly off the top of my head, Tasha Eurich is like a corporate psychologist. I'm pretty sure that's what she does. And so she was really interested in how some people are like really well liked and well received by others because of like how true to themselves they are. And so one of the things that she calls them unicorns, which are people that are able to like self-integrate feedback without necessarily like losing themselves to said feedback. And how do they do that? How do they integrate that kind of feedback? And one of the really good examples that she uses is there's a lady, I think it's one of the first examples that's in the book. There's a lady and she had cancer. And so she got asked to do like a speaking event at like some kind of cancer charity. And so she does her speech or whatever, and she's like, it was fucking terrible. I totally biffed it. I totally like suck shit. Like I never do public speaking engagements. Like it was just the worst fucking thing ever. And then, you know, the longer that she perseverated on it herself, the worse she felt about it. She felt really embarrassed, you know, just horrible thought spiraling. She said for about a week. And then after, you know, the event or whatever, follow it like a week later, they contacted her and they said that because of her speech, they got like 3 or 4 times the donations that they normally get because she went up and she spoke, and that like changed her perception of the way that she like felt about herself and how well she did on that speech. And so it's the difference between like seeking insight from what other people tell you and being able to sort through constructive criticism, and balancing that with introspection. So you have like an accurate read as to how people are perceiving you, and then the tools that you can use to change the way that others see you if you don't like it. Because obviously, you know, people could say, Malcolm, you say fuck way too much. And I'd be like, I don't fucking care. But if people are like, I feel like you come across this way and that's something that I don't like. Okay, well then then, that's something where I want to start to solicit feedback. And it's a lot of like what questions instead of why questions. Why do I feel this way? Why am I upset? Why did I do so bad at this? What things were I doing or was I doing that elicited this response from other people in reflection to myself? It's a really, really, really fucking good book. It is a really good book. 10 out of 10 would recommend. It's very, very good. It's a very good book. I would highly recommend it. I found a free PDF online. I think it's this one. Yeah, I found a PDF online. I have a copy, but it's a really good one. I gotta see. Um, so it's like the idea there's two types of self awareness. There's internal self awareness, which involves a clear understanding of one's values and aspirations, and external self awareness, which focuses on how others perceive us. Both are uniquely important, but they don't always correlate with each other. And so there's like the idea of, self awareness and like philosophy. There's science of self awareness. There's pillars of insight, your values, your passions, your aspirations, your fit. It's like corporate psychology, but it can be used in, general, general understanding as well. So, like the difference between values and passions. What are the difference between those things? The difference between like an aspiration, reflecting on things, the impact of our things. I don't think this is actually the whole book, but this is a pretty good synopsis of it anyway. But um, like research will show that introspection doesn't really provide as much clarity. Asking why tends to lead to simplistic answers that reflect our biases rather than deeper truths. Studies show that those who focus on what questions glean more useful insights about themselves. Shifting from why to what encourages exploration and acceptance. Um, Rumination, often seen as introspective thought, is detrimental. So, like if you spend too much time in your head, you can fuck yourself up pretty severely. Understanding the present, understanding like distractions and distortions of your self awareness, and then like being open to feedback. Um, yeah, it's a really good book. It's a really good book. I would highly recommend it. This is a good like synopsis of it. Different types of feedback, things like that. It's a really good book. This book and The Happiness Trap are the two books that I recommend to pretty much fucking everybody, because they're just really important skills, I think. And a lot of time people teach the best way to know yourself is to ask yourself questions about yourself, but that's not a good way to get to know yourself because you can convince yourself of anything realistically. A lot of that is going to come from consulting and soliciting perceptions that other people have for you, right? Like if I see myself one way, it doesn't really matter if I see myself that way or not. But if other people don't see me that way, there's something incongruent there that I need to address and I need to fix. And I think it's a really good tool. I think that insight is a uniquely important skill that not a lot of people have. A lot of people aren't able to integrate feedback. Um, and I mean, who likes being criticized? Literally fucking no one. Nobody likes being criticized. But being able to like critically evaluate the way that others perceive you really helps you um, change your behavior to be, to be like the kind of person that you want to be because you don't exist in isolation, right? You don't exist in isolation. Oh, I'm glad that you liked it, Werewolf Hours. It's a little different than what I normally do. Normally, I like to debate bro people, but I didn't think that would be very productive to try and debate bro Lewis, especially when he's like, I don't really want to make this content anymore. I don't like, it's hard. It's difficult because how do you balance like because even if he's lying to me when I say, because I remember there was like a list of questions that I wanted to ask him, and after like one or two, I was like, okay, he's not really gonna get into this, because he's like, that's how I used to be, and I'm different now, and it's like, okay, well, what does that change look like? I guess that's the more interesting question because it's like we can relitigate past drama, for 20 fucking years. It doesn't matter, because the only thing that he's gonna say is like, it was bad, it was wrong, and I'm changing, and it's like, okay, well, what does that change mean? What change are we working on? You know what I mean? What does that look like? Um, yeah. Hi, Bloody Teeth. I hope that you're well. It's a really good book. It's a really good book. I would recommend it. Billy is here. I hope that you're well, Billy. Yeah, constructive criticism has its place. Like the difference is that a lot of people, I'm guilty of this as well. A lot of people will criticize or like they confuse criticism. Like there's like a very tactful way to constructively criticize people. And some people either go like completely fucking mask off and just like tear you down, like just like fucking eat you alive, or they like neuter it so much that it softens the blow where you don't even really think it's worth addressing, right? Like if I was like, guys, how does my hair look today? And half of the comments are like, your hair looks like total fucking dog shit. You should just fucking kill yourself. And then the rest of the comments are like, no, it looks perfect. Don't change anything. There's like that middle ground where it's like, oh, you could do this. I think that this would look better. It's like the constructive nature of it gets lost. Like when people are like, I'm eliciting feedback. Half of it is kill yourself, and then the other half is like, it's fine. You're perfect the way that you are. A lot of people kind of thrive in that, um, hard direction one way or another, and I think that that's kind of a problem. I don't know. It's kind of frustrating. It's kind of frustrating. No, he does. I think that the problem is that I think that Lewis just doesn't have a lot of life experience, and I think that's really detrimental to development because you learn best being like around other people. Like we're social learners. Like every single person is a social learner in one way or another. And not having experiences in your life really hinder your ability to adapt. Like, it's the same reason that like feral children, they're very rare, but when you find them, when feral children are recovered, kids that like live in the woods with like wolves and shit like that, they never fully adapt to like normal life again, because they've been socialized so poorly. Like they never had those developmental milestones, and I think it's really detrimental to people to like not be integrated in a social group because that social dynamic of learning is really important. And I just don't think that he's had very much of that. Thank you, Noval. I definitely did something a little different. I thought about I thought about just being an asshole the whole time, but I don't know. I just wanted to try something different. Well, and that's something that I think is good, lesser older tales about books like Insight and The Happiness Trap, is that a lot of the time self-help is very superfluous, and you either get like self-help that's like just stop being sad, or you get like the psychoanalytic like fucking psychobabble that nobody can fucking understand unless they have a PhD. But kind of being able to explain concepts in a way that is relatable to people is important. That's one of the big reasons, hot take, why I hate DBT is because DBT is just like psychobabble bullshit. It's like how many different fucking acronyms do you have to remember? You can recite the tip skill. Phenomenal. Like, what does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? It's going to be if it's generalizable to like your understanding and if it's useful for you or not. It's like everybody says, well, just use this skill or use this skill or use this skill. It's like if it's not helpful for you and you don't understand it and you're just like repeating shit back to somebody, you never really learn what it even means. It's not useful for you. Yes, I do have hair. And Don't Smoke in Bed is here. Hell yeah, let's go. Oh. I'm sorry, Don't Smoke in Bed. I see you. I see you. I see you. Well, yeah, and I mean, I always do my best to try to balance it where I like don't want to come off as being two-faced because I think it's like keeping it productive because I think that chud dunking is fine, I suppose, but it's not like a productive conversation. Um, and I mean, I think that it's very disillusioned to think that anything productive is going to be done in any of these conversations, but like just, being like a fucking human being to another person when they are brave enough to want to actually talk to you, I think is important, right? Oh. DBT is dialectical behavioral therapy. It's bringing together your emotional mind and your rational mind. Dialectics are like two opposing things that exist at the same time. And so the idea is that you can bring in, like, rein in your emotions while also being objective. Like, you can incorporate like facts and emotion to problem solve. Yeah, I just don't really care for DBT. It's like how many fucking acronyms are there, guys? How many? Too many. Too many. Poppy also doesn't like DBT. Surprisingly. I mean, it's evidence based and it works, but I think that it's like it's so rigid and there's so much to remember. There's just like I think there's like 50 different acronyms in DBT. It's like Jesus fucking Christ. Um, like it's proven to be effective. It's proven to, help regulate your like what's the word? Like the fight or flight response. Um, it's evidence based, like it works, but I don't know. It's confusing. You have to like really be sold into it for it to be effective, but yeah. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. Well, yeah, it's really good with black and white thinking. That's why DBT is really effective for borderline, surprisingly, because it really helps with black and white thinking. Because two things can be true at once. Two things can be true at once, believe it or not. Believe it or not. Yeah, so that was kind of fun. I'm also soliciting feedback. Speaking of feedback, I'm soliciting feedback. We're trying to plan our group fits for Shambhala next year, and so so this is the vibe that I'm going for. So I need somebody to match my freak. Okay, so the vibe I'm going for is like 2000s flash mob, but camp and absurd, but in a funny way. That's like the vibe that I'm going for. So I'm going like my thoughts so far are however many of us there are blind mice. Okay, so everybody's a blind mouse with like the walking stick and the sunglasses and the ears. I thought that'd be hilarious. Or everybody dresses as Velma because like how funny would it be that you're just like hanging out and then suddenly like a pack of Velmas show up. So I have where's my list? I have a whole list. I have a whole list of these. And everybody's like, I don't know. We could all be different characters from Charlie Brown. And I'm like, no, you guys are missing it. You guys are missing it. We need like the absurdity factor in. I'm thinking like early flash mob, but funny and camp. So where's my list? Where the fuck did my list go? Dude, what the fuck? I had like a whole list. Oh, here we go. So we could all be Waldo, all be Velma. We could all be traffic cones. We could all be Oompa Loompas. We could all be the Shining twins, like all the twins from The Shining. That way, if we go somewhere in like pairs, it would be fine. We all are Mario. We all are Dora the Explorer. We're all Sleepy Time Celestial Seasoning Bear. Okay. We're all dads with tools, Spy Kids thumbs, or mimes. So these are, and we also have to consider that we're going to be in this outfit for like 12 hours. So it has to be functional, okay? I need to be able to like shake my ass in it. I also need to be able to wear it, all fucking day, okay? So I'm also thinking functionality here. I'm leaning heavily towards the however many of us there are blind mice because that's very easy, very simple. Maybe even a tail if we want to get super creative. However, I think that the all Velmas or like all Waldos, I think that would be fucking hilarious. I think that would be so funny. Like just you're just like hanging out and then suddenly like 15 Velmas are like right in front of you. I think that'd be funny. I think that'd be funny. Okay, so yeah, I think the Velma one is what I'm really going for, but like think about the functionality of this. Probably I'm going to assume somewhat uncomfortable shoes, a wig, and then for people that don't wear glasses, they're going to have to wear glasses, a turtleneck, like the I'm thinking about the functionality of this, okay? How uncomfortable am I willing to be for the bit, right? So, no, 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 you're missing it. We're not all going to be different Velmas. We are all wearing the exact same Velma outfit. That's what makes it funny. It's the absurdness. It's the absurdness, okay? It has to be absurd. Yeah, like an army of Waldos. It's it's in July, but it's in the mountains in Canada. So think like you're gonna die of heat stroke during the day, but as soon as the sun goes away, you might freeze to death. So it needs to be functional. It needs to be functional. No, 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 no. Not different, not different, not different. We all, it has to be camp, okay? It has to be absurd. It has to be completely fucking absurd. Johnny Bravo. But again, the hair. We have to think about the functionality, okay? Yeah, Mario would also be pretty easy. Functionality, I agree. Functionality would be high on that one. The mimes would also be good, but think about the makeup that we have to wear all day, like painting our faces all day. All those are mimes? Okay. Mm. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of both. It's gonna be a little bit of both. It's gonna be hot and cold. It's gonna be hot and cold. Okay. Um, Also sweat my fucking ass off at raves because I'm quite literally dancing for like 12 hours. So I'm like wet. I'm like sweating through my shirt. Through my skin, really. So it's just it's like in what is it by? It's called Salmo. It's in Salmo. Salmo, Canada. What is this by? It's in British Columbia. It's can I get like a map of this? Can I look on a map? Maybe? No, ooh, Gnomes would be a good one. Gnomes would be a good one. So it's in Salmo. What is this by? Fucking nothing. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's like right over the border. It's by Kootenay Mountain. It's by Kootenay Mountain. Yeah, it's called Salmo. It's in British Columbia. The closest like big town is Calgary, but it's pretty far away from Calgary. I would say that's, I don't know, maybe like 50 miles away from Calgary. Also, I don't know what it is. My neighbors are always blowing leaves. I don't know what the issue is. I feel like at multiple times a day they're outside blowing leaves. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but like they've been blowing leaves for like an hour. I don't know how many leaves are left to blow around. I think that's actually insane, but whatever. Also, thank you, Kaiji, for the two. Ned Flanders. Again, but we'd have to paint ourselves yellow, and that would be uncomfortable. Thank you, Kaiji. Witness. Yeah, we did. I have to be. How many leaves are left? I don't understand. We've been doing this for like an hour. I think they're just like playing with the leaf blower at this point. I don't think they're actually doing anything. I think they're just playing with it. Yeah, they won't leave. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's been like an hour. I'm not even. What is it? Yeah, it's been like an hour. And it's like the same spot too. I just want to go outside and be like, what the fuck are you doing? Are you okay? It's ridiculous. um, you could all be Lewis McClung. That'd be fucking hilarious. Um, Gnomes would be not bad. Gnomes would probably be, yeah, gnomes would be fine. I'm just thinking about things that are going to be easy to wear because so the Lord Farquaad was fine, you guys, but I don't think that I would want to wear that for like 12 hours. I don't think that I could wear that for 12 hours. And the hat was really, it didn't really stay on my head. Like I'm doing this like really aggressively for many hours on end. It doesn't really, the hat was not functional for that. Okay. The hat wasn't very functional for that. Um, I also felt like a common whore. I felt very exposed. I felt very naked, but yeah, that's why I'm thinking like three blind mice is really good, but there's gonna be like a lot of us. So it'll be like 15 blind mice. I think that's good because you can wear whatever you want. You just have to have like the ears and the tail and the cane and sunglasses. And everybody already wears sunglasses because they're fucking high. So it's like the perfect fit. You know what I mean? It's like the perfect fit. And then the canes. How expensive are blind people canes? What are those called? Blind people cane. What are those called? Oh, they're medical. They're blind canes. That's what they're called. Okay, they're $13 at Walmart. Totally doable. Totally doable. And then we can like donate them to the blind after. Okay, easy peasy. Easy peasy. Hell yeah. Altogether, that's what, $30 for a costume? That's awesome. Look at that. Look at that. $13.99 at Walmart. $13.99 at Walmart. And then the ears, maybe a tail. Everybody already has sunglasses. So we're thinking like a $30 budget. I think that's totally, totally realistic. I think that's very realistic. Very practical. I think that I can get everybody on board with the blind mice because we did Gandalf Big Naturals. Did not fuck. because I like the beard, very uncomfortable, very, very uncomfortable. Hard to smoke in as well. Hard to smoke in as well. Very difficult to smoke in. And very hot. Very hot. I was fucking sweating to death in that bitch. I had like my cloak and my hat and my beard, and I was fucking hot. We did do big natural standoff. So it was pretty awesome. Mr. Worldwide. Oh. Yeah, you can bring canes in. When you go to Shambhala, if you can there's not security to go into the venue. It's all one area. It's on a farm. So if you can get so the only thing that you can't have is glass and you can't have glass and you can't have alcohol. You can have anything else that you want. And as soon as you're in the campground, anything that you have at the campground, you can bring into the concert venue. There are people that are literally like cooking bacon during sets. They bring their entire fucking grill. If you can bring it in the campground, you can bring it to the festival. There's no like double security. There's none of that. So you can the canes would not be an issue. I definitely would fucking wrap somebody with that. Just whoosh, like I would totally smack a bitch with that. That'd be awesome. Trip somebody with it too. That'd be pretty sweet. But I could see us like getting a little too rowdy and like actually like hurting each other with the canes. But that'd be pretty fucking funny. But yeah, Shambhala is like the Canadian Burning Man. So if you can bring it into the campsite, you can bring it into the venue. They don't give a fuck. They won't take it away from you. Like obviously no weapons or anything like that, but you just can't bring in alcohol or glass. Those are like the only two things that you can't bring in. You know, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. They're still playing music. There's a group of grandmas like literally making pancakes for everybody at the venue. There's people, you know, walking around with carts that people are like sleeping in. There's people with wheelbarrows and there's people asleep in the wheelbarrows and they're wheeling them around. Literally anything that you can bring into the campground goes into the venue. You can do anything that you want there. It's crazy. It's the most freeing experience I've ever had. Okay, but listen, gnomes don't have to have beards. There can be beardless gnomes. That's certainly an option. That's certainly an option. Yeah, I think that the three blind mice is probably it'll be about I think it'll probably be 15 blind mice, but nonetheless, I think the blind mice are the way to go. I think the blind mice are the way to go. It's pretty awesome. I don't think that I didn't take like any pictures. I was off my phone almost the whole time. Trembla Music Festival. Let me see if I can get some good pictures here. These are all like obviously like professional photos of I want like somebody's like fucking Instagram page with all the crazy shit. I guess I would go on Reddit. Reddit will probably have some good shit. Um Shambhala. Shambhala. Here we go. Okay, can I filter this by like has image? I don't think that I can filter by having an image, unfortunately. My favorite thing was I saw a guy that was walking around with a watermelon, like, and eating it with a spoon. You can bring in literally fucking anything that you want. It's awesome. I'm gonna be able to find any eccentric pictures, unfortunately, I don't think. But it's fucking awesome, dude. It's fucking awesome. And it's on a river as well, so you can float the river down to the venue, and then there's a stage that's right on the water, and you can sit in your floaty in the river and listen to music. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. I'm not getting as many like novelty posts as I want, but I'm looking. I'm getting a lot of pictures of people's outfits and shit like that. That's not what I want. I want like pictures of the craziest shit that you saw. You know what I mean? Something like that. I'm trying to find some. It's pretty fucking awesome, dude. It's pretty awesome. The water is fucking freezing though. The water is very cold, but it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. So people will like go in the venue and they just stay there all fucking day because it's on the river. If you get hot, you just jump in the river. Everybody's fucking naked. It's like hippie central. It's hippie dippy central. It's basically Canadian Burning Man and it doesn't suck as bad as Burning Man does. Trying to see if I can. There's gotta be like a good. There's gotta be some good images in here. But it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. I know that I don't think I have the video. I actually might have the video. I think I showed it on stream before because like one of the stages, on the very back of the stage, they have like all the stages are like not fenced off really, but they're like kind of enclosed a little bit. There's only a few that aren't. I think there's like 6 or 7 stages, and they use PK bass, and it's like the loudest bass that you can get. On the back, if you lean up against it, it like vibrates your whole fucking body, and if you put your head on it, your eyes go like fuck. It's like the loudest bass I've ever heard in my entire life. It's fucking incredible. Whose set did they? Illenium Shambhala 2025. Cause this shit is like bananas. Bananas. This shit is bananas. Okay. I'm working on it. Hang on. So this is one of the stages. So this is one of my this is the stage that I like. So you can come up here, stand up here. You can come up on these and stand on these. Back on this wall, this is like a fence, and if you lean up against that fence, like your whole fucking body is vibrating. Like I could feel my internal organs moving. It was so loud. It was awesome. And then they do like all these chandeliers and everything. Like, it's just fucking awesome, dude. I wonder if they have like one of the high ones. And then, guess where I am at? Guess where I'm at? I'm right there. I'm right there. Look, I'm on TV. I don't know if they have like an aerial view or not. They gotta have an aerial view. Yeah, like, look at that shit. It's fucking awesome, dude. It's fucking awesome, dude. It's fucking awesome. Awesome. Yeah, that's the village. All of them are like differently staged, so Shambhala festival amp. There's a bunch of different ones. So this one, and they all play like different kinds of music. Amp stage. They all play different kinds of music. So the village is the bass stage. So that's where all the bass music is. So obviously that's where I am all the time because I am a bass head. That's where I prefer to be. And then some of these images are like so fucking tiny, but let's see. So this is the amp. This one is the amp stage. So there's like this, obviously. This is the stage, and then there's like little platforms and shit that you can go on up here. And then there's the village. Or I just showed you the village, and then there's Pagoda. Pagoda is really cool. It's like a house, kind of. Well, it's built like a house, kind of. And these are very small pictures, so you have to forgive me. It's built like a house, and then they put visuals on the house. So, like, there's ladies that will dance in the windows of the house, and they project all the visuals. And it's, like, surrounded by trees, and they shoot the lasers into the trees, so the trees look like they're fucking moving. That's really cool. And then there's Fractal. You used to not be able to take your phone into Fractal Forest. It used to just be like that you were just supposed to like be there. But so this one's fucking awesome as well. I guess I could like save these pictures and open them. That might be a better way to see it. But this is Fractal. So the stage is right here under this or right here, like under this pyramid thing, and all through the trees. There's another stage. The Grove is like a little hippy dippy stage. There's hidden stages all over the place as well. There's a hidden one in the Grove. There's a hidden one between the living room and the main like grounds or whatever the fuck. It's awesome. And then the concert grounds, there's like places where you can hang up your hammock. There's giant bean bags everywhere. They had like a crocheted like giant hammock. that was up between trees. It was kind of like a little trampoline almost, so you could lay on that and sleep. They have blackjack that you gamble with trinkets. There's like little hidden like sitting areas. There's one that's like carved into a tree that you can get into. And then you can get down to the water. There's like a whole little area in the Grove where you can play basketball. They have ice baths. It's like it's like Wonderland. It's like Wonderland. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's really cool. Yeah, we definitely played mermaids. We did play mermaids in the river. It was pretty fucking awesome. Yeah, the base is like fucking insane. I want to go to DEF CON so bad, dude. I want to go to DEF CON so bad. That sounds so awesome. Yeah, I spent unfortunately a lot of no, they didn't have a hookah tent this year. I really I was gonna say something and I totally fucking forgot what I was just about to say. Yeah, it's awesome. And it's like super cute too because when you get there everybody says welcome home. Like everybody's like welcome home and you're like, "Oh, thanks." And then you always say happy shams and that's like how you finish a conversation when you're done talking to somebody who's like really fucking high. You're just like happy shams and they fuck off. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. And everybody's geeked and the people watching is just fucking phenomenal. Obviously, respectfully, I'm not like which, but it's kind of like, oh my god, that girl's crazy. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I do want to go to DEF CON. DEF CON's on my list, my bucket list. I want to go to DEF CON. I also want to go to Tomorrowland, going to Lost Land, not next year, but the year after, going to Lost Lands, which is gonna be fucking awesome. Fucking awesome. Yeah, it's pretty pog, guys. Pretty pog. Oh, right now I'm having autism time. I'm thinking I'll let you guys decide what we're doing first. We can do the Mitskiff stuff. I don't really care about the Mitskiff stuff. The only thing that I think is interesting is his response. Um, that's probably the only thing that I would cover is his response because the allegations are pretty clear cut. They're pretty straightforward. And then his response is the interesting thing to me. Not necessarily her, like, obviously her allegation video is important, right? She's speaking for herself. She's letting out, talking about all these things that have happened or whatever. But his response is what's interesting to me because it's quite, it's quite interesting. Like, if anything, we would do like a bullet point synopsis of what the allegations are, and then watch his response to what the allegations are. Because no offense, and I mean this with peace and love in my heart. I don't want to watch a video that's an hour and a half long of a girl like crying about like these allegations. Like that seems kind of shitty. I wouldn't really want. I really don't want to watch that. That feels like kind of cruel. I feel like we could just synopsize the allegations and then go from there. I don't think it's necessarily appropriate to watch her cry for like an hour and a half. That kind of feels weird to me. Like, watch that in your personal time. You know what I mean? It was obviously difficult for her to say. So, one of the reasons why I didn't put the flowers and formaldehyde video up for the Lexi stuff, it just felt inappropriate. It's like if you want to consume that content, you should. But I don't know. I think that we can talk about the allegations without making it like all about like her emotional response to it, which I think is fair. The emotional response is fair, but I feel uncomfortable watching like an hour and a half video of her just like fucking crying. It just feels uncomfortable, you know what I mean? So we can do this one, and then I made my wife watch the Rob Zombie Halloween remakes yesterday. She hated them. So I'm feeling reinvigorated about that. Halloween video. And then we can do Mitskiff. So these are what I'm presenting to you this afternoon, but I'm just kind of having girl time, you know what I mean? Um Lost Lands is actually in Ohio, so might as well be the desert, honestly. The Lost Lands is in it's like in the middle of nowhere, Ohio. I don't Lost Lands location. I don't remember. Listen, they're still blowing the leaves. Half an hour later. How are we? Oh, it's in Legends Valley, Ohio. So it's in Thornville, Ohio. I don't know where the fuck that is. Probably in the middle of nowhere. But this is Excision's baby. He owns this property. So he can do whatever the fuck he wants on this property. If you want to go to raves and stuff like that, if you ever are interested in going to music festivals, prioritize artist made festivals. Don't go to like fucking Insomniac event shit or whatever. It's dog shit. Okay. Anything that's like hosted by an actual music producer, those are always fucking fire. So like Bass Canyon, well, Bass Canyon is Live Nation, and they're problematic in their own right. But Bass Canyon, Lost Lands, Seven Stars, Wakan, um, Dance Festopia, those are all put on by artists. So it's like a much better like experience as an attendee because like everybody who's a big music producer goes to these festivals all the fucking time. So they know how to set it up so it's not like the worst experience of your fucking life. Okay, the worst experience of your fucking life. I honestly thought about killing myself, unironically, because I wasn't able to go to Seven Stars this year. Because I heard that that was just a phenomenal festival. Because anything that an artist puts on, they know what the crowd is looking for, like what things are convenient, what things are helpful, what kinds of things are people going to need. For example, Insomniac festivals, they lay out the grounds really unproductively where people bottleneck, people can get crushed. There's never enough water. The porta potties are never clean. It's like literally I feel like people just go in there and just like pull their dick out and start pissing and spin in a circle really fast. And they never clean them. There's never toilet paper. There's never soap. There's never water. But like artist led festivals, they're like, oh, as somebody who goes to festivals frequently, I know that I need more than one water station in the entire fucking festival. I know, for example, that I need like a free flowing area between stages so people don't get like pinned against each other. Like they put a lot of thought into the layout of it and everything. It's a much better experience. Never, ever, 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 ever go to anything put on by Insomniac. I am boycotting Insomniac events. Fuck Insomniac. Insomniac fucking sucks. I literally survived a mass shooting, and the only thing that I got was $70 of a refund and a shitty fucking blanket while I was fucking freezing to death because they wouldn't let me go back to my campsite. And it was like the world's thinnest, most pathetic fucking blanket. Curled up, I'm in my fucking hot girl slut shorts and a t shirt, fucking freezing. And they're like, you can have this blanket. And I'm like, fuck you. How about you give me my money back? How about that one? How about that one? Nope, $70. Ridiculous. I survived a mass shooting and all I got was this stupid fucking blanket. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. When you pay for the really fancy camping, you get clean porta potties. This year was the first year that I ever camped in gold camping for Bass Canyon. You could eat off those porta potties. They cleaned them like every 4 or 5 hours. I was like, oh my God. And there's toilet paper. Oh my God. Somebody didn't like fucking barf all over. Oh, this is amazing. I was like, wow, spectacular. But for like 500 fucking dollars, I would anticipate that they would actually clean the porta potties. I would hope that would be the case, right? I would hope that would be the case. Um, I'd be pretty fucking pissed if I paid $500 and the porta potties were not clean. Pretty pissed about that. Um, Pretty fucking pissed about that. But hey, we live and we learn. We live and we learn, I suppose. No, I survived a mass shooting. That's my claim to fame is that I survived a mass shooting. It was either 2022 or 2023. Beyond Wonderland Gorge shooting. In 2023. It was in 2023. There was a guy. It was the first night of the festival, and there was a guy that was so. This is. Let me get a map for you. Beyond Wonderland, The Gorge, 2023. Because they change the camping every fucking year. Every fucking year they change the name. It's like they just rename them, and I'm like, it's the same fucking thing. Map. Let's see. Allow me to tell you this tale. You guys will love this story. Is it this one? No, this is 2022. I want 2023. Beyond Wonderland at the Gorge. No, this is the festival. I want like the whole campground. Here we go. Okay. Let me open this up. I'll show you. Allow me to demonstrate. So, okay. So this is, okay. So this is where you go into the festival. Okay, so this is the festival grounds over here. Okay, this is where you go in. This is all the rich bitch camping. Okay, so this is so where am I here? They change the name of these every year. So these are all the fancy ones. This is like gold. This is premier, and they name them after Alice in Wonderland shit or whatever. But these are all the campgrounds. Over here is where all the poors camp. Okay, this is where the poors camp, and so obviously this is where I camped back in the day. When you're at this campground, walking from this campground to right here is probably, I would say, like a mile and a half, and it's uphill. Okay. So it is a walk. Okay. This walk will sober you up immediately. Okay. By the time that you get back to your campsite, you are no longer intoxicated because this will sober you the fuck up. Okay. And so typically this is where they start to fill you in. Okay. This is where they start to fill you in. This is overflow. This time around, they filled in overflow first. So I was all the fucking way back here. Like all the way back here. All the way back here at the very edge. Okay. The longest walk humanly possible. Okay. There was a guy, first night of the festival, it's 2 nights, it's Friday and Saturday. There was a guy that, or I think it was Saturday and Sunday. I don't remember. Either way, irrelevant. First night of the festival, there was a guy that was at the show. He was down here, all the way over here. He took too many mushrooms and started to geek the fuck out. He was able to walk from the festival all the way back to the campground, all the way back over here, get into his truck, get his gun, kill 2 girls, shoot another guy in the leg, shoot a security guard in the face, and shoot a drone out of the sky. And mind you, everybody's over here, live, laugh, loving, living their best life, okay? Living their best life. And this is the one time that I'll talk about this openly. I was high as fuck, bro. I was somewhere else. I was fucking gone. And my friend leans over and goes like, hey, I have to tell you something. Don't freak out, but there's an active shooter in the campground right now. And I was like, oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, okay, cool. And so obviously they didn't tell anybody because everybody would have freaked the fuck out, right? It's better that everybody's over here partying, right? Everybody over here is having fun girl time. Not everybody is running back and like killing themselves to get to their fucking campground or whatever. So they didn't tell anybody. I knew because my friend had dated a guy who like knew somebody who worked at the venue or something, and he texted her to see if she was okay, and she was like, I'm fine. Why? And he was like, because there's a guy like fucking shooting up the campground, and so that's how she knew. They didn't tell anybody, and so they ran the concert longer than was anticipated, and they kept the silent disco over here going longer than expected because they wanted to keep people out of the campground, obviously. They got him within the hour, so he wasn't like still running around killing bitches and shit. It was taken care of. But so when we left probably at like 2 o'clock in the morning, we got back here and they wouldn't let us into the campground, obviously because it's an active crime scene. So we slept on the ground until about 5 o'clock in the morning, like on the dirt until about 5 o'clock in the morning. They let us go back to the campsite. It was the campsite next to ours that got shot up. The car next to us had bullet holes in it. So if we were at the campground when he started shooting people, we would probably all be fucking dead. This was the first festival, like the first big festival that I went to, and my wife wanted to come. She didn't want to go to the show. She wanted to come with one of her friends and just camp. She wanted to like just stay at the campground while we went to the show. So she would also be dead. Which is crazy to fucking think about. It was literally the campsite next to ours. And so it was very, very morose, very, very odd. And obviously a lot of people did not know what was happening. So people are like partying. And there's like dead bodies like right there. And people are like, whoa, rave guys, rave. And it's like, there's literally dead people like right fucking here, bro. So that was super fucking cool. And all I got for it, you guys, was a shitty little fucking blanket. That's what I got. Literally, I looked everybody in the eyes and I was like, if they start handing out sweatshirts, wake me up. I want a sweatshirt. I have earned a sweatshirt. Okay. I've earned a sweatshirt. They handed out sweatshirts. Guess who didn't get fucking woken up? It was me. So I didn't even get a sweatshirt. I just got that shitty fucking blanket. That's all I fucking got. And then we got like half of a refund because they only refunded for the second day of the festival because they canceled the second day of the festival, obviously. So got like $70 back. And then now you get like cavity searched when you go camping at the gorge. If you are in this camp, you get like fucking cavity searched. I went to Base Canyon. Base Canyon is 2 months after Beyond Wonderland. So after I was texting everybody that I knew that like would go to shows or whatever, and I was like, how is security? Like, how bad are we talking here? Like how am I going to get my wares inside, I guess was more so my question. And they were like, they're doing gooch scoops. They're having you get out of the car and they scoop front to back to make sure you don't have anything in your pants, tearing everybody's fucking shit up, cutting wristbands. Somebody got trespassed because they brought 2 grams of mushrooms. They found normally they just throw it away. If they find you with drugs, they normally just throw it away. They don't fucking care unless you're bringing like a kilo in and you're there to like distribute it. They don't fucking care. They'll just make you throw it away. They were cutting wristbands, throwing people out, tearing people's shit up. There were people that had stuff stolen. There were people that had stuff confiscated that they should be allowed to bring in. They were gooch scooping. They were making people flip their pockets, take their shoes off, take their socks off, all that other shit. So I bought camping at a different place because I was like, I'm not fucking with that. But either way, it was pretty crazy. It was pretty crazy. Not only did I get a blanket, I also got the best story ever because now when people are like, "Oh, you don't want to go to this festival," and I'm like, "No, I survived a mass shooting, so no, I don't." And that's how I get out camping in GA every time. They're like, "Let's just camp in GA. It's cheaper," and I'm like, "After what I went through, you guys are gonna make me camp in GA? We're not gonna get gold, really? Like, I can't go back there." I actually can, but anything to get over it. But it was pretty fucking. It didn't deter me at all. Went back 2 months later. I was like, whatever, dude. Whatever. Shit happens, dude. Shit happens. Yeah. It was the worst. Like I was pinging, dude. I like my. Hey, I have to tell you something. What is it? There's an active shooter in the camp. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. It's like, what do we do? Do we just stay here? Like, what do we do? I don't know. What do we do? It's like 11 o'clock at night. My wife's like, I'm coming to get you. And I'm like, it's fine. I'm on my way. I'm like, it's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Is that the closest you've ever been to an active shooter? Mm, I think so. I mean, I there was a lot of fucked up shit that happened when I was in high school. So there were quite a few of those um in my time. So I guess like closest in recent memory, I suppose. But yeah, they didn't want to like make everybody freak the fuck out, so they didn't tell anybody. Yeah, yeah. And all I got was this shitty blanket. Very true. Yeah, I understand why they freaked the fuck out about people bringing in mushrooms following that incident. I completely understand. But obviously, this guy's full of shit. I don't believe for a second that while you're, I don't know if anybody has ever done psychedelics before. If you are that fucked up, like if you're experiencing ego death, there is no way that you can shoot a drone out of a sky. Like there's no shot. Like fucking statistically impossible. Like no way. Absolutely the fuck not. Impossible. Impossible. I don't believe it for a second. I think he's lying. I don't think he was high. I don't think that he was high. I think that he's lying. I think that he got into a fight with his girlfriend and he was pissed and then started killing people to like make it look like it wasn't motivated, but that's just me. That's just me. Helping with the glasses isn't real. I can't help you. Ah, fuck you. Yeah. Well, I obviously because I had to text like I had like no service either, so it was terrible. Well, obviously I had to text like everybody that I knew because what was going to happen is they would like open Facebook or Twitter or something and they would see on the news that there was like a shooting at the concert and they would be like, "Oh my god, what if Malcolm was murdered?" And then like crash the fuck out. So obviously I was like texting everybody like, "Hey, I'm fine." Like, "Hey, I'm fine," just so you know, like, "Hey, I'm fine" or whatever. And I had like shitty service, and so it was like, "Hey, I'm fine." And then it's like, "What are you talking about?" And then I'd be like, "Oh, I didn't get shot." And then it'd be like, "What? What are you talking?" And they were like going in different orders, so everybody was crashing the fuck out. I had like 4 different phones, and I was like, "I just need this one message to go through. Can anybody else hand me a phone? Anybody have service?" It was quite terrible. It was quite terrible. No, I think it was a lie. And also, you can't like test for shrooms, right? Like you can't really test for that. It's not like you can do like like a breathalyzer to see if you're on mushrooms. So I think that he was full of shit. I think that he was fucking lying. I think that he was fucking lying. Well, no, no. He got the special homicidal shrooms. Very true. I didn't mean to make everybody crash out, but I was just like, I know what's gonna happen. I texted my mom and I was like, hey, just wanted to let you know that I'm safe. Like, I love you. And my mom was like, okay, great. And then I was like, what an odd thing to say. Like, I could be dead and you don't even care. And then like I called her the next day when I was on my way home and she was like, "Oh, I didn't even know what happened. I didn't even know. Like I did not know until you just now told me. I thought that you were just having fun and wanted me to know." And I was like, "No, mom. No, mom. I could have died." And she was like, "Oh, well, did you die though?" That's okay. I'm like, "Oh, thanks, mom. Thanks, mom. I just wanted to let you know that I did not get shot." Yeah. Good times, guys. Good times. Good times. Good times. Yeah, it was a formative experience. It was a formative experience. I no longer know fear. I'm like, if there's somewhere that I want to die, I want to die at the rave. I want to die at the rave. That is where I want to die. Is at the rave. Yeah, my mom was always like, "You're fine. You didn't die," and I'm like, "I know, but it was." And she was like, "I don't want to hear it." It used to be when I was growing up. It was like, if you're not like throwing up, bleeding, or dying, you're going to school. And I was like, "I'm just having a hard day," and she was like, "Everyone has a hard day. Get in the car." Okay, sorry. My bad. And if there's no better testament to that, I tore my quad when I was doing track and field, and I was like, something's wrong, and my mom was like, walk it off, pussy, and it never healed right. It never healed right, and even now I'm like, do you remember when you like let me walk around on my torn quad? And she was like, you were fine, and I was like, I have like chronic like pain now. She was like, yeah, but you didn't die, so you're okay. Yeah, my mom is like, no bullshit. I love my mom. My mom is an ice cold killer. My mom loves 1990s rap music as well. My mom can sing any Tupac song you could ever dream of. My mom is an OG. My mom's crazy. I've also never seen my mom. No, that's not true. I've seen my mom drink water twice in my whole life. She only drinks Pepsi and smokes Marlboro Light 100s. My mom is Lana Del Rey. Well, of course I faked being sick, but obviously she could tell. Like kids are notoriously terrible liars. There was one time where I didn't want to go to school, and so I took a red Sharpie and I drew red dots all over myself, and I was like, "Oh my God, I have chicken pox." And they were like, "Are you dumb?" And I was like, "No, it's totally chicken pox, guys. What are you talking about? That's crazy." Yeah. Marlboro Lights are the mom cigarettes. It's very true. My mom only drinks Pepsi and only smokes Marlboro Light 100s. And she drives the biggest fucking truck you've ever seen in your entire life. She's a bad bitch. She's a bad bitch. She's a bad bitch. She goes hard as fuck. She goes hard as fuck. She's simply the best. Simply the best. My mom is not single. No, she is married. Today we're enjoying Bush non-alcoholic to help me relive my youth. Help me relive my youth. It makes me feel young. Nothing I love more than Bush, you guys. That's all I love. Call me the Twin Towers because I'm going down for some Bush. Hell yeah. Yeah. My mom smokes like crazy. She was like, I'm gonna stop smoking. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. She bought e-cigarettes too, and she was like, it's just not the same. I said, it's not. It's not the same, mom. It's definitely not. Definitely not the same. It does. It's just beer that doesn't have alcohol in it. It's just beer that does. It just tastes like beer. Yeah. This is my life. This is what I've been condemned to. Don't drink, guys. It's not funny. It's not funny. God, what I wouldn't do for a buzzball. Holy fuck. Okay. It looks like In Praise of Shadows is winning. And then after that, it looks like Lewis's video. So we can certainly do that. So I recently rewatched I actually watched them yesterday. I watched the Rob Zombie Halloween remakes yesterday. I didn't realize that there's two, like, there's obviously the unrated version and then the rated version, but there's different endings to the second one. I didn't know that. I had never seen the normal ending. I think it's the unrated one that has a completely different ending. I didn't know that. And there's also like different scenes in the different one. Like, so in the first one, when he gets out of the insane asylum or whatever, I had never seen the scene where the cops are trying to escort him out and he kills all the cops. I've never seen that one before. The one that I remember is that it's like the new, like, I don't know, like orderly or whatever that they hire that's like a total fucking jackass. Him and his brother are there and they're like getting fucking hammered and they open his room and like start fucking with him and then he kills them and then gets out. There's like a totally different, and there's a different ending to the second one as well that I had never seen. So I didn't know that. That's very, very interesting. I did not know. I did not know that there were different endings to that. I thought that was very surprising. I didn't know that. Learn something new every day, that I suppose. Something new every day, I guess. Because I like the unrated versions better. I always prefer unrated stuff. Or director's cuts because I like all the extra stuff. And also, I think that they're significantly longer. Halloween, Rob Zombie length in uncut versus original. Because the uncut versions are usually longer, I think. Oh yeah, so in the original one, the theatrical cut is 110 minutes. The unrated cut is 121 minutes. What about the second one? The theatrical is 105 and the director's cut is 119. Yeah, because I remember watching it and I was like, they cut out a decent amount of this. Like in the second one, the theatrical cut, there's no pit of bodies that she has to crawl through. I was like, I could have sworn in my fucking life that there was like a pit of bodies that she had to crawl through to get out of the hospital. Yeah. There was a lot that was taken out of those, but nonetheless, we're gonna do that. I'm gonna go piss girl very quickly, and then I will be right back, and we can watch some In Praise of Shadows and talk about Halloween and crash the fuck out because I fucking hate this guy, you guys. Also, I saw Weapons. We need to talk about Weapons as well. I have thoughts to share. I did finally watch it. If you guys haven't seen it, it's now streaming on HBO Max. Okay, it is now streaming on HBO Max. Quite enjoyed it. Definitely have thoughts. Quite enjoyed it. Very creative, very fun, very clever. But I did watch that as well. So, quick go piss girl. I'll be back in 1 second. Everybody behave. Okay, everybody behave. I will be right back. All right, girly pops, I am back. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Let's see. Where am I? Oh, Bard, thank you for the $9.99. YouTube won't let me make the what's my struggle joke. That's really fucked up. That's really fucked up. Am I able to see? Oh, I can see if I turn this on, I can somebody say something obscene and I'll see if I can approve it. Thank you for the $9.99. And yes, what is Mein Kampf? I don't know. Never heard of it. Everybody witness. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, keep smashing that fucking like button. Let's go. Okay, so I can. Okay, there we go, Arby. Thank you. So I can see it now. I can see it now. I can. I didn't have that turned on my chat box. That was my bad, guys. That was my fucking bad. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Yep, I got it. I got it. You guys can stop. Okay, I got it. 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 We're good. I got it. Okay. Let's get this queued up. Okay. Anyway, so I thought Weapons was very creative, you guys. I thought that Weapons was very creative. I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. I thought it was very fun. And I really liked the way that it was filmed as well. I thought it was very, very artistically filmed. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was very nice. I thought it was very nice. I really don't have a bad thing to say about it. I'll probably rewatch it, like, more critically. Usually on my first... I guess my only criticism was it was kind of slow at the beginning. A little hard to get into. I feel like it was pretty slow in the beginning. But other than that, I mean, I quite enjoyed it. I quite enjoyed it. I thought it was a fun movie. Thought it was very fun. I did like it. Thought it was nice. I thought it was nice. Okay. Let's crash the fuck out. This is in praise of Shadow's Anatomy of Halloween. Let's see what gay shit we have to say.
On October 31st, 1978, death came back to the small town of Haddonfield, Illinois, and hasn't left in 40 years. Michael Myers' first trip back home after 15 years to...
Why is this so quiet? I literally fucking hate everyone.
terrorized Laurie Strode to commemorate the killing of his sister, spawned the 80s craze of franchise horror filmmaking, resulting in 11 movies, 9 novels, a line of comic books, and a video game on the Atari 2600. The series became a cultural icon of a time obsessed with youth and beauty, and created horror tropes that are now overused to the point of cliché, and outright defined what the modern slasher genre would be. But over the course of the series, each entry changed slowly to reflect the times that they were made in, and you can see each one making its own statement about what horror was at that particular moment in time.
I remember when Halloween Kills came out, I was like, can somebody just kill this bitch already? I was like, come on. I was like, somebody just needs to blow up the house that he's in. And then they did that and he lived anyway. And I was like, come on, dude, come on.
I think thematically, the series can be broken down into 5 distinct eras that share similar values, style, aesthetic, production members, and ideologies. And I'm going to try and link them together here, and put into words a way that makes sense for the franchise, in hopes that I can bring more understanding about the long-running series, and to maybe bring
Oh, you'll crash out. His takes on, what was the one that we watched, you guys? His takes on the Carrie remake made me want to eat my own fucking face. I have that edited. I just need to export it and upload it. I'm still backlogging right now. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 edited segments that I'll put up, and one of them is the In Praise of Shadows one. I've been trying to give you guys slop since I'm streaming a little bit less these days, but yeah.
Appreciation to a franchise that captured America for so long on the eve of its 40th anniversary. As 40 years ago today, the first Halloween movie was released into theaters, and audiences were introduced to a new kind of horror.
Wow, that's crazy.
There isn't a lot I can say about Halloween that hasn't already been said, and so for that matter, I won't linger on it very long. All I will say is that it started a chain reaction that in a lot of ways can't be really fully understood, that affected not only the horror genre as a whole, but also the careers of hundreds of different people across 4 different decades, that contained conflicting views from different parties involved, and bits of evidence that have been long lost into the past. It not only was at the time the most successful independently produced film of all time, but it rejuvenated the horror film genre, and launched a film franchise that spans 11 movies, and has an interesting twisting tale that ties them all together behind the scenes. It deserves all of the respect and honor that it has, and more so, because in the fall of 1978, a film made for less than $500,000 changed horror forever, and launched the idea of modern horror franchise filmmaking. Starting later that year, work began on the next movie in the franchise, leading to the most interesting behind-the-scenes stories. After the success of Halloween, producer Irwin Yablans was eager to start work on a sequel that was set to begin immediately after the cliffhanger ending of the first film. Carpenter, though, with co-writer Deborah Hill, didn't want to repeat themselves so early into their careers as filmmakers, out of fear that they would be typecasted in connection to the series, and that they wouldn't be able to professionally move on to other types of projects if that were to happen. Yablans...
And you know, I blame Alfred Hitchcock for this, because he did this in Psycho. Once you get typecast, you're kind of fucked for life. I don't think that Scout Taylor Compton ever recovered in her acting career after being cast as Laurie Strode in the remakes. I don't think that her career ever recovered. Very sad.
Then, desperate to get another Halloween movie off the ground, made a deal with Carpenter and Hill to finance their next picture, The Fog, if they agreed to enter negotiations for Halloween 2. Soon after the Yablans deal to produce The Fog, it was publicly announced that Robert Remy would, with his production company Embassy Pictures, be producing 2 new movies that would be written and directed by John Carpenter, 1981's Escape from New York, and also The Fog. Yablans then, out of anger and a feeling of betrayal, did something that would in turn affect the entire long-running history of the Halloween franchise, and sued Remy and Carpenter based on the idea that they were breaking a pre-established deal Carpenter had already made over The Fog. Yablans claimed that the different parties settled out of court, and Carpenter's part of the new deal was that he and Hill would write the script for Halloween 2 for Yablans, as well as act as producers on the picture. But Carpenter would not return to direct it, saying that he had already made that movie once and didn't want to make it again. Carpenter claims, though, that he took the job because he wasn't satisfied with the pay that he got from the first movie, and that he took the job of writing Halloween 2 to compensate for his work on the first film. There really isn't enough evidence to tell which story is more true, but what is evident is that the figures behind the film were resentful of each other before production even began. I think that the conception of Halloween 2, being created out of a lawsuit, hung over the rest of the film and changed the feeling of the movie as a result. Carpenter, in acting as a producer, asked his friend and art director of the first film, Tommy Lee Wallace, but he respectfully refused because he didn't like the level of violence present in the script, although he would later take up the offer when made again to write and direct Halloween 3. After Wallace declined, a new
Halloween 3 sucks.
experienced director, Rick Rosenthal, was chosen to helm the film. When watching the movie, you can tell that Rosenthal was in a really tough situation. Not only was it his first movie, but it was also the sequel to the most financially successful independent film of all time. He also had to deal with 5 different producers that had just gotten out of legal battles suing each other.
Okay, I want like his takes. I don't like that he does like
And began to film his own versions of the kill scenes, adding even more blood that had been in the original takes. Who later is taken to the hospital and killed by a man in a suit, who then pours gasoline on himself and kills himself via immolation in the parking lot. This spawns an unusual partnership between a doctor at the hospital and the murdered man's daughter, in which they find themselves on a dangerous mission.
I want your
Michael
opinions.
Myers. The film was critically destroyed and made the least money
Oh yeah, Halloween 3 sucks.
any Halloween film at the time, and it's still the second lowest grossing film out of all 11. It was pulled from theaters after
That's
a mere
ass.
couple of weeks and was largely forgotten to time. Wallace spent the next 30 years viewing the film as a horrible failure, and didn't know that the film had a cult following at all until around the time of the Blu-ray release in 2012. And that makes me really sad, because it genuinely is my favorite movie in the series. And if it had just been called
Of
Season
course, this fucking boob thinks that Halloween 3 is the best Halloween. Obviously, Halloween 3 is the worst Halloween. It doesn't even fucking have Michael Myers in it. It's technically not even a Halloween movie. It doesn't even have Michael Myers in it. It like I that doesn't even count. Is it a Friday the 13th movie if Jason isn't in it? I feel come on. Of course this is his favorite one. This fucking pretentious dickbag drives me crazy.
of The Witch and not Halloween 3, then I think the movie would have had a much better life and would have grown to have more of a loving following in the decades after its release. But unfortunately, this isn't the case. The movie bombed at the box office, it scorned its fans who expected something different, and it effectively was what is seen as the final nail in the Halloween franchise, as no new films were planned after its failure, and the anthology series idea was scrapped entirely, and the title of Halloween would be placed on the shelf and lie dormant for 6 long years. Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers, has one of my favorite openings of any horror movie ever. Halloween
This is one of the best ones. Daniel Harris does phenomenal in this movie.
hang in a barren landscape at dusk. There's no music, only the land, the decorations, the sound of the wind, and the credits. It oozes a wonderful atmosphere, and starts the movie out in a really nice way. But unfortunately, this opening sequence with Halloween imagery floating in nothingness can symbolically represent the next era of Halloween films. The next phase of movies can be seen as sort of a mythology trilogy within the franchise. They use their time to build up a history and story for Myers and to create a mythology for him, whereas the previous films left his story mostly a mystery. For different reasons, John Carpenter, Deborah Hill, Dino De Laurentiis, and Irwin Yablans all sold their interest to the Halloween franchise, leaving only Mustafa Akkad as the sole producer of the original films to continue the series, becoming the main creator.
You know, it's fucking terrible that the Friday the 13th and the Nightmare on Elm Street remakes, it's a shame what they did to those. A crying shame. Because I think that they had so much potential. And the guy that plays Freddy Krueger in the remake, he's Rorschach in, what's it fucking called? In Watchmen. He just got absolutely fucking ripped off, dude. Like, that had a lot of potential to be really good. And it's just really unfortunate. It's really fucking unfortunate.
Creative on the project and being the guy.
Well, I mean, the mom is technically the monster. I don't know. I think that Friday the 13th was actually one of the first mindfuck psychological horror movies that really was popular. The twist at the end that it's actually Jason's mom is crazy. And then you're asking, is Jason even real? And then he pops out at the end and grabs that bitch off the boat. After that, they never really readdressed that, and even in the remake, they never really reconcile with that in the original that the mom is actually the one that's killing everybody. They never really reconcile that. That's something that I think is really difficult with remakes, and it takes a very particular kind of person to be able to capture the essence of a film and then replicate it in a remake. Another remake that does not get enough credit at all is the Hellraiser remake. That is so good. That is so good. And the thing that you learn from watching people remake classics is that they can't rip it straight. It can't be the exact same fucking story. They have to do something new with it. And then they also have to adapt it in a way where it's digestible, but also true to the original source material. Like, that's very hard to do. And it just fucking sucks because it would have been so cool to have, like, parallel to, the Rob Zombie remakes of Halloween, see, like, all of these reinvigorated. Like, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, like, all of these coming back with gusto would have been fucking awesome. But unfortunately, all these dipshits fucking biffed it. They fucking biffed it. Rob Zombie was the only one that could fucking do it. The Carrie remake was fucking awesome. The new Evil Dead's fucking awesome. And the new Hellraiser, I cannot praise enough. And the reason that all of those were so good is because every single one of those remakes, they consulted with the original creators of whatever it was. Like, they worked with Sam Raimi to make the Evil Dead remakes. They worked with John Carpenter. They basically told, Rob Zombie that he could do whatever the fuck he wanted. He was going to do whatever the fuck he wanted anyway. But, like, they consulted religiously with the people that created these franchises. So they're trying to capture something. It's not just like, oh, I have an idea, let's like make another fucking Jason movie. It's very hard to do. It's very, very hard to do. But people that do it well do not get enough fucking credit, in my opinion. They're like, oh, they just remade it. It's like, no. They reinvigorated it in a way that you couldn't even possibly dream of. When Evil Dead, the 2013 remake came out, I was so fucking stoked, and it did not disappoint. When Evil Dead Rise came out, I was so fucking stoked, and it did not disappoint. Obviously, I still have criticisms of it, but when you are consulting the person who came up with the concept for this thing, in order to emulate it to the best of your ability and keep it true, but also have your own unique story to tell. It's beautiful. It's pure cinema and it's pure art, and it's what gets everybody excited and into horror movies. And I gotta be honest with you, the slasher genre has been dead for a really long time. Like, think about the popular, like, horror movies. We're talking about, excuse me, we're talking about Hereditary, We're talking about Midsummer. We're talking about The Witch. We're talking about Weapons. We're talking about Bring Her Back. We're talking about Talk to Me. These are like these are not slasher movies. And the surge of slasher horror in the 80s is a lost art. That's gone. We don't have that anymore. Now slasher movies are fucking camp and nobody likes them. They're stupid. Rob Zombie did something spectacular and very special with the Halloween remakes. And anybody that says otherwise should be punched in the fucking face. Okay? Punch him in the face.
Guiding hand of the series from here on. It is important to note how much of an impact he had on the next films of the franchise in general, because if it had not been for him, the series probably would not have continued past Season of the Witch, and there still may only be 2 movies ever that had the character of Michael Myers in it. Akkad, who hated Season of the Witch, decided that for the next movie to succeed, Myers had to be in it. But a lot of issues rose from
Obviously,
it.
yes,
Probably
it's a Halloween
so that he
movie.
would never have to work on another Halloween film again. Carpenter killed the shape at the end of Part 2, along with Sam Loomis. In an early stage of production, Carpenter and Hill actually worked on a concept of how the idea of Michael Myers would still haunt Haddonfield, even though the man...
And another one, I wonder if I can find a movie review on this that'll piss me off. It's always funner when I'm pissed off, of course. One of my favorite slasher movies of all time is Sorority Row. That's probably one of my favorite slasher movies. I'm trying to think. Hellfest is another good one, but they're very few and far between. Hellfest was good, and it did fine, but it didn't create what. It didn't match the energy that came with like the glee and the delight of 1980s slasher films. It just didn't. I think the problem is that a lot of contemporary horror movies do not rely on monsters or creature features. Because like when I think of Michael Myers and I think of Jason and Freddy Krueger, even Chucky, like you think about all these things, they're not really like people, right? Like Michael Myers is a person, but he's like superhuman. He can't die. He has like crazy fucking strength. He arguably has teleportation powers because he's the slowest motherfucker, but he somehow beats everybody to whatever location they're going to. Jason is like a person, I guess, but he's dead and he's back from the dead. So he's like a monster as well. He can't really be killed, right? Even in the remakes, they put him in the wood chipper and he comes back. Like he doesn't really die. Freddy Krueger is a dead person who is like a figment of your imagination that targets your dreams. Like that's really unique and really cool. Chucky is the spirit of a serial killer that possessed a doll. Like they're like things. They're not like people, right? But what is contemporary horror other than the person? It is a person or it's a demon. Those are what you get. Those are your options. You don't get anything in between. You get person or demon. And monster movies usually don't do well at the box office. I'm thinking of The Ritual. Phenomenal fucking movie. Didn't do well. Still very good. I'm thinking of Antler. Very interesting movie. Very unique. I'll definitely give them that. Didn't do very well at all. It's just that kind of movie doesn't exist anymore. And anybody that can emulate that gets the highest regard from me because like the hysteria around like Michael Myers and, you know, Friday the 13th and Jason and all this other shit, like that was fucking scary. Okay. That was scary shit. You hear like the and you're like, oh fuck. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's gone. It's gone. And I don't know if it's ever coming back. And I don't like that.
Himself was dead. But Akkad rejected this, stating that it was too intellectual of an idea for the Halloween series and that Myers had to come back as a flesh and blood man. The movie ended up just saying that both men survived this explosion, which is an outrageous idea, and I'd hoped for something a little bit more creative, but they slapped some burn makeup on Loomis's face and Myers' hands and move on from it fast. Jamie Lee Curtis wouldn't return for this entry either, and went so much as to ask the writers to kill her character via a car crash, sometime in between Part 2 and this movie, so that she wouldn't ever have to come back to the series. So instead of Laurie,
that's actually Moody Manticore. That's one of the reasons that I really enjoyed Antler. There were a lot of criticisms of that movie, which everybody's free to make their own criticisms and shit like that. The criticism was that, you know, it's appropriating essentially like the story of like a Wendigo, which is like a Native American thing, and then kind of using that in a contemporary horror film. And some people feel uncomfortable with that, and I think that's fine. You know, people can feel however they want about it. But there is like incredibly rich folklore, cryptids, things like that I think make interesting horror films. Especially a lot of these are inspired by Native American legends and myths and things like that. The giant spiders of Appalachia, the Mothman's like too gay. But you know, like the skinwalkers, mimics, things like that. I'm thinking like deep Appalachian, like kind of cryptids. Those would make really fucking good movies. But people, I don't know why people don't go for it. To be honest with you, I do get the contentious nature of antler. I do understand that because a Wendigo is like, it's a Native American thing. I totally get that. So are skinwalkers. But the concept of it is just so interesting. I think some of the best horror that I've ever read, it's on R No Sleep. On Are No Sleep, and I think that there's stories, obviously, and I think that this guy wrote a book about it or whatever. It's the ones where it's the dudes who work for the like the national parks and shit, right? Like I wonder if I can find these. I want to do. Can I do? I want best all time. I don't know if I can do that, but this guy has like a whole series on here. Are No Sleep Park Ranger Stories. He's got a ton of them. Yeah, it's the search and rescue officer ones. These ones are really good. There's stairs. There's a lot of different ones. So, there's the stairs in the woods. That's one of them. There's one. A lot of them are about like mimics, and those are the ones that I think are really freaky. There's a shit ton of these. Here are these. And there's like 27 parts to these, and the link for the next one's down at the bottom. These ones are really good. Why are none of these ever adapted into horror movies? This would be a really fucking cool. The Bear Man one, and this is based on a true story as well. Like it was a mom and like two kids are in the woods and they're on a trail, and the mom like walks ahead like 10 feet, turns around, and one of the kids is gone. And she can't find him fucking anywhere. And so they call in search and rescue, and the little girl is like, the bear man took him. And they were like, who the fuck is the bear man? And so they're, doing their park ranger shit. They can't fucking find him. They're like, it was like less than 5 minutes. Like, he can't be that far. Searched everywhere, couldn't fucking find him. Like 2 weeks later, they find him. He doesn't have any shoes on. He doesn't have any fucking cuts on his feet. He hasn't been like emaciated or starved. He's like completely fucking fine. And he was like, I was with the bear man. What the fuck is it? What's the bear man? That's terrible. That's awful. The other one is the mimic ones really get me. Those ones freak me the fuck out. And then what's the other one that I'm thinking of? There was another one. Yeah, the mimic ones are really good, but nobody's ever made movies like this. And I think that would be good. That would be a good one. The staircase one is also really interesting to me. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of potential, but I feel like people just are too scared to make good horror movies. They're too scared to like do something different. And that drives me crazy. It drives me crazy because there's so many good horrific concepts out there. I say whatever you want about M. Night Shyamalan, okay? Say whatever you want, okay? The Visit, very, 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 very interesting movie. Okay, I like that. The idea that like the scariness is that it's old people. Great idea. Creepy old people. Hell yeah, dude. That sounds scary as fuck. Or what's the other one that I'm thinking of? The Taking of Deborah Logan. That was a really good one as well. Like things that kind of play on like your natural like kind of like revulsions to things. Or just like your ick fact. Like if you see like a creepy old guy, you're like, oh my god, like you know what I mean? Why is nobody capitalizing on all of these things that are like or think when you're a little kid. What are some of the scariest fucking things? I was terrified of pool drains. I was terrified of fucking pool drains. So I, M. Night Shyamalan mentioned again, was a big fan of The Lady in the Water. Because I liked the idea that there were people that lived in the pool drain. I thought that was cool. I feel like everybody loses that, like, when you're a kid and you're scared of something, it like is so real to you. And you lose that when you get older. You rationalize everything. A bump in the night is the ice machine in the fridge. It's not, oh my god, there's an 8-legged demon zebra downstairs. Like, you kind of lose that creative like gusto when you get older in life. And I think and that sucks. I don't like it. I really don't. Eyeballs. Yep, that's another good one. Yeah, I don't know. I have a grand vision in my head for a beautiful Evil Dead remake. I want to pitch it to somebody. Somebody would love it. I have a good idea for that, but dreams sometimes will remain dreams until we act on them, but that's for another time, I guess.
Went with an interesting choice in protagonist by choosing the 8-year-old daughter of Laurie, Jamie Strode. It is really unusual to see such a young child being the main character in a slasher film, but it really works here. The idea here, I think, is that Michael has some sort of curse put on him that makes him immortal and also makes him hunt his family. There's a cult involved and a magical symbol, but none of it was really ever explained or makes much sense. But the gist of the first two movies is that Michael is trying to kill Jamie and Loomis has to protect her. The mask in this movie is the worst that has ever used.
It's very sad that M. Night Shyamalan sucks so bad because like He actually is quite talented. He has quite a brilliant mind. I would say The Sixth Sense and The Village are really the only two M. Night Shyamalan movies that fuck. The Happening was terrible. Old was I like wanted to hunt him down after that. I was like, I'm gonna write a letter. Old was terrible. But The Sixth Sense was really good, especially for its time. I would say that The Sixth Sense was really groundbreaking in the mind twist ending. It can be done in horror movies, but it's mostly a psychological thriller kind of twist at the end. He was really good at those for a while, but he makes it too campy because the twist at the end of The Village is actually quite good, I thought. The twist at the end of Sixth Sense, also quite good, that he's been dead the whole time. The twist in The Happening, it was the trees. That's what we're going with. The twist in Old wasn't even a twist. You know, he lost it, but he is very creative. I will give him that. He is very creative, but he cannot execute it to save his fucking life. He just can't execute it. He has good ideas, but he should let somebody else make the movies because he can't do it. He cannot do it.
Used. Because Michael was killed at the end of 2, and the thought of bringing him back at any time was silly, as a gift, the production team allowed stuntman George Wilbur to keep the iconic suit and mask used in the first 2 films. And so when it came time to make Part 4, a new mask had to be created from scratch, and the results are pretty bad. It is a problem that continues in Part 5 as well, but was finally fixed in the 6th installment. 4 and 5 should be seen as a two-parter really, as 6, while still related to 4 and 5, is really its own beast, and is kind of a half-hearted attempt at turning the 3 movies into a trilogy. But 4 and 5 are deeply intertwined as far as storytelling is concerned, which wouldn't be a problem if it weren't for 5 being drastically worse than 4. When The Return of Michael Myers released to theaters, it was a massive hit, causing Mustafa Akkad to quickly try and get a 5th movie into theaters as soon as possible. He said himself that he was drunk off of the success of 4, and that drunkenness, mixed with hubris, made him and his team think that they
good honorable mention, Devil. Devil was very good. I did like that. Creative. It didn't hit the way that I want. It was good, but like I have to convince people that it was good. Like I liked it. Very creative. I did enjoy it, but I have to convince people that it was good. You know what I mean? I liked the concept. It was a really good idea, and it was very it was fun. It was a fun movie to watch, but I do have to convince people that Devil is a good movie, unfortunately. I remember having to watch Signs in religious education classes talk about faith and losing it, which is a very funny watch. Yeah, school will do that to you, I guess. Everybody witness. Thank you, Scones Jam. Aquatic horror is just hard to do because I feel like it's very expensive to make. What's that? It's called like Deep House or Lake House. I can't remember what it is. It's like about a couple that do like diving videos, and they go to France to this lake, and then this guy's like, I know a better spot to dive, and they're making like YouTube videos or whatever, and there's like a curse on the house and they're underwater. That's a good one. Shark movies suck these days. I haven't seen a good shark movie in a long time. Deep Blue Sea was probably the last good one. I liked 47 Meters Down Uncaged. The cage one was kind of dumb. Yeah, aquatic horror, I think it's just because it's so fucking expensive to make. I would imagine that it's quite expensive and quite difficult to make underwater horror movies, I would say. There's a theory that the aliens and signs are actually demons. It actually improves the movie. Yeah, I could say that. Everybody witness. Thank you, Sai. What's his fucking name? Joaquin Phoenix. He's an M. Night Shyamalan fave. He's like in every M. Night Shyamalan movie.
Accomplish more than they really could. 5 has its moments, and if you like 4, then you'll probably like this too, but for the most part it feels really rushed and isn't very memorable. It is where the cult subplot started to be played with, but the writers admitted later that they had no clue what it meant, and they had no plans for it, when they were asked by Daniel Faraz, who was writing Halloween 6. There are a few good bits here. The laundry chute scene involving Michael and Jamie is particularly good. A large portion of the film also takes place during the day, which is unusual for the franchise, save for the first movie, but was a welcome element. But for the most part, if you've seen the first 2 movies, then 5 won't have anything that surprises you. And it's here that I should mention something that I haven't talked about yet. Sam Loomis, the hellbent psychiatrist trying to stop Michael at any cost, is a dangerous lunatic, and he's at his craziest here. Donald Pleasance is a great actor. Any scene that he's in, he outshines anyone he's with, but the character he plays really is crazy and shouldn't be helping anyone with mental health. In the first 2 movies, he runs around in a trench coat with a gun, waving it anywhere, yelling
I'm
things
not
to
doing it to taunt you. It's not even a geek bar. I don't even know what this is. This is King of Kings. I can't find geek bars. I've been looking. And it's Cool Mint. It's not Miami Mint. I think I'm gonna have to start buying Jewel Pods. I think that's where I'm at. The fact that they took the Miami Mint geek bar away from me is like against the Geneva Convention. It's fucking evil.
complete strangers like you don't know what death is, while simultaneously ordering cops around like he's the sergeant. He fires a gun next to an officer's ear just to get his attention. He wades in a river while wearing a suit and shoes, but in part 5 he ratchets up the crazy to a whole new level. Here he sets up a plan to trick all of the cops into going the opposite direction that Myers is really hiding, so that he, a 70-something-year-old man, can take him on himself. This results in the death of 2 police officers, and he even gets desperate enough that he uses 9-year-old Jamie as a bait to get Myers to follow him down a hall, holding her out in front of him like she's a shield. He beats Michael unconscious with a plank of wood, but if this had not worked, he would have gotten himself and Jamie killed along with the 2 officers he already did. At the end of the day, both 4 and 5 are just okay movies. But if you like magic and cult-related horror, then there might be something here for you, but to me it feels lazy, as it really just acts as a way to get them to be able to have Michael survive massive damage in each film and still come back the next time. The worst of this period of movies, though, is definitely The Curse of Michael Myers, and it's one of 3 movies in the series that is outright bad and should just be avoided. After the lukewarm reception to 5, Akkad waited until the mid-90s to finish the story that had been started in the previous 2 films.
I don't remember what they were. I think they were flumes. No, they weren't flumes. What are the ones that look like baby bottles? Baby bottle vape. What are those ones called? I don't remember what they're called. No, they're the old flumes. They're the old flumes. There was one that was called Polar Ice, and then they stopped making that one. Like, it's literally a mint vape. How do you guys fuck it up so bad? It's like the old flumes. They were like white, and then the color was on the bottom. They look like little baby bottles. It was like Polar Mint or something like that. They keep getting rid of the fucking good vapes. It's stupid. It's stupid! Stop getting me addicted to shit and then taking it away.
But they started filming with a script that wasn't good and tried to fix it with reshoots halfway through, leaving the final film incomprehensible. I have watched the movie all the way through, but I still struggle to put into words what actually happens in it. It tries to wrap up the trilogy, but by this point Donald Pleasence was very sick and couldn't film many scenes, and the character of Jamie was recast. The entire last act of the movie was rewritten completely, removing a lot of the explanation as to the meaning of the cult, leaving the build-up feeling empty as well. There are some highs in this era, but for the most part, because of the way that things turned out, they feel like the opening to part 4, with those Halloween decorations hanging there, with nothing of substance around them. Which is a shame, because it really does start off well. The Return of Michael Myers is a surprisingly good 4th movie in a franchise. It's just less good knowing what would become of the storyline that it works to set up. But overall, it was an okay time for the series, with only 1 bad movie but 2 other fairly forgettable ones, and it seems that with part 6...
I don't know who the fuck left Grapefruit Spindrift? I opened it, I have to drink it, but...
The series had finally entered the phase where most horror franchises enter a state of diminishing returns, and decide to release all future installments straight to home video with a much smaller budget. But that didn't happen, because of a surprising turn that would go on to save the series.
Yeah,
The next era
H2O
of Halloween
fucks.
began 3 years later and consisted of 2 films.
H2O
The series was
fucks.
saved, and was able to then go on to have the future it has had because of the actions of Jamie Lee Curtis at the time of the release of The Curse of Michael Myers. She decided that to celebrate her 20th anniversary as a film actress, that she would like to return to the role of Laurie Strode and bring as many of the original behind-the-scenes crew with her to make the 20th anniversary celebration of the series, which resulted in the first film since part 4 where a considerable amount of effort, money, and time was put into it. John Carpenter was even set to return to write and direct, but that was also short-lived as this started back a 20-year feud with Mustafa Akkad, who laughed at Carpenter's $10 million asking price. Carpenter felt that this price was fair considering that he had still not been paid well for the first Halloween movie, but Akkad refused, and so Carpenter's contributions to the final film is negligible. H2O is tied with the newest film as my favorites in the franchise that features Michael Myers. Everything in this movie just works. Jamie Lee Curtis's willingness to come back to the franchise after so many years brought about a feeling of importance and legitimized the series once again. And the movie carries the weight of actually trying to tell a compelling story that acts as the conclusion of the Laurie Strode character. It is the only one out of the franchise thus far to really care about developing character, and it actually has arcs that forces change in the way that the people in the story act. At the start of the film, we find a traumatized Laurie who is a heavy drinker. We see her guzzle 2 glasses of wine on screen during lunch, and the movie in a lot of ways is about her overcoming her past and growing as a person. And I really like that this movie tried in this regard where others didn't. If parts 4 through 6 are a trilogy within a franchise, then H2O should be seen as the last chapter of a trilogy, finishing up the story laid out by parts 1 and 2. It totally ignores the events of 3 through 6, effectively writing the character of Jamie and the later years of Sam Loomis out of the canon, which at the time was a very controversial and divisive decision. But it was a decision that worked, because in simplifying the timeline and getting rid of some of the more outlandish elements of the mythology trilogy, allowed them to focus on giving the characters of Laurie Strode and Michael Myers a proper send-off and one last adventure. The film finds Laurie, now hiding under the name Carrie Tate, who has moved to California and gotten a position at a prestigious private school.
Can we, like,
Having
get
never
an
had-
opinion instead of you just
tropes
recapping the
and
movie?
shows how it puts up everything in a tight package, and from here it only just goes downhill. Jamie Lee Curtis went on to say that she had originally wanted more from this film, and what started as an idea made of good intentions eventually turned into just a paycheck for her, which is sad in a way that she was disappointed in how this film turned out, because being the 7th film in a horror franchise and actually turning out to be one of the best is an accomplishment in its own right. But it's also less sad for me because I feel like she got what she wanted out of H2O in the new 2018 film. I think she was seeking a respectful way to symbolically send off a character that had given her her start, and she was really lucky that she was given that chance twice, and I hope she emotionally got out of this new film what she wanted from H2O, because I think she deserves it. The only real major problem then with this movie at all is that it sets up the next film, Halloween Resurrection, which is easily the worst entry into the franchise and one of the worst horror sequels ever made. The idea for H2O was that it was the end of one story and the beginning of the next part of the long-running endless tale of Michael Myers. The only problem with that is that Laurie cuts his head off at the end of H2O, ending the story for good. Curtis apparently tried to quit the movie at one point when she learned that they had planned to change how H2O was set to end and have Michael survive, as part of Akkad's contract allowed him to decide whether or not he would die.
Obviously he doesn't die, that's like the whole point.
Which is it was a
Stop, I don't care.
known
care.
for
I hate you. Give an
movies
opinion.
like the Blair Witch Project in ways that don't fit the series at all, making a jumbled mess of a movie that is in some way representative
Okay, shut the fuck up. Can I
of
get
the
an
camera
opinion,
stand that
maybe?
pushed for
Can I get
to
an
try and make the
opinion,
best film possible here. That were supposed to be made were canceled, and the films were
Okay, shut the fuck up. Here we go. Okay.
the future of the series along with
It's time to get triggered. It's time to get triggered. Rob Zombie, my beloved. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. It's time to be triggered.
On November the 9th, 2005, the longtime producer of the film series, Mustafa Akkad, was murdered along with his daughter in a devastating terrorist attack in Amman, Jordan. The rights to the series, along with the character of Michael Myers, was passed to his son, Malek Akkad, meaning that for the first time since the series began, the future of the series was in control by someone who didn't work on the first film. Bob and Harvey Weinstein, who had been producers on both H2O and Resurrection, came up with the idea of rebooting the franchise for a modern audience, and sought out director Rob Zombie to helm the project, who was just coming off of horror successes like House of a Thousand Corpses and The Devil's Rejects. Zombie consulted with John Carpenter about the film, and Carpenter gave his blessing, saying only that he wanted Zombie to make the film his own, which, in my opinion, he certainly did.
Yes, he did. This is definitely a Rob Zombie film. This is definitely a Rob Zombie film. I think the only thing that I will say is in reinvigorating a beloved franchise from like, you know, the 80s or whatever. If you're not familiar with Rob Zombie's work, this is gonna flashbang the fuck out of you. You're gonna be like, "What the fuck is happening?" Because it is a Rob Zombie movie. Okay, it is a Rob Zombie movie.
A lot of time on Michael's childhood and tries to make sense of why he is the way that he is, using the character of Loomis and his psychological evaluations as a mean to look inside the child's mind. The actual plot of the original Halloween doesn't begin until roughly halfway through the movie, and they go out of their way to make sure that the audience understands Michael as a person rather than a force in this movie more than any in the series.
I don't even know. I would disagree with this. I would absolutely disagree with this because I don't think that. I guess if you watch the first remake in isolation, maybe, but like the purpose of Rob Zombie lingering so much on Michael Myers' childhood is that a lot of the questions that are spurred by original horror films is what the fuck is going on? Why won't he die? What is his fucking issue? Why does he care so much about Jamie Lee Curtis? Like, these are all questions. I don't interpret the beginning sequence in the Rob Zombie Halloween remake as humanizing or trying to understand why Michael is the way that he is. He's already fucked up before anything even happens in the movie. One of the first introductions to young Michael Myers is him killing animals. It's not really like, oh my god, his home life was so fucked up and that's why he like kills bitches. It's more of like demonstrating that he has always been twisted. And he has kind of like an Oedipus complex almost. And that's expanded upon a lot in the second movie. If you watch the first one in isolation, I mean, I guess, but it isn't really like explaining who he is as a person. It's like the build up to what he eventually does. It's not like he's already fucked up in the beginning of the movie. It literally starts off with him killing fucking animals. It's not like he was hit by his stepdad and then he killed a puppy. He straight up is just like, that's how the movie, it's a cold open. It's like, he's killing an animal. Like, that's the cold open, so.
I'm normally a fan of Rob Zombie's everyone's a redneck and insane and acts like porn is their side job and is more than likely a psychopath as well personal brand of horror that he developed into his own style based on the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but it doesn't suit Halloween at all. The horror from the original—
You guys, I'm dyslexic, shut the fuck up.
Film derived from bad things happening to people that it normally doesn't happen to. It took place in white, upper-middle-class suburbia in the late 70s, and suddenly people who were socially on top of the world are being butchered like animals. And so in the remake, where everyone is acting like they would in House of a Thousand Corpses, it just doesn't jive with the tone normally set from the beginning of the franchise.
And this is, again, just because In Praise of Shadows has, like, zero social skills or social awareness, believe it or not, teenagers do talk raunchy. And the people that are being attacked are, like, upper class. Like, Annie's dad is the sheriff. Scout Taylor Compton, Laurie Strode's parents are like rich white people who adopted her. Whatever her name is, oh my god, I can't remember her fucking name now. The other one. There's Annie, Laurie, and then the other one. The one that he puts the headstone on top of in the house. I can't remember her fucking name now. They're all upper white class. They're all upper white class. That's what they are. They're affluent. You see their houses, you see that they are affluent. I don't know what to say. They are certainly.
Franchise that this is mostly in service to. And it being in service to the original Halloween is honestly one of the bigger detractors from the movie. It is constantly paying reverence to the original in small ways, but it quickly becomes gratuitous as this film is constantly excessive to the point of being exhausting. They play Mr. Sandman twice. They play Don't Fear the Reaper twice. They watch The Thing from Another World twice.
Well, yeah, because it's like come on. This guy's supposed to be like a movie reviewer. The point is that it's recreating his childhood. That's like the point, right? Like this is his moment. Okay, he finally gets to reunite his family by killing the last living member of his family. Well, Rob Zombie takes it in a different way. He wants to pass the torch essentially in the Rob Zombie remakes. If you watch the second one concurrent, and believe that they're tied together, which they are. Yes, it's like a homage to like his childhood and all of the triggers that were present when he originally did this. He kills the dad while he's watching the movie. He listens to Mr. Sandman when he kills his sister. It's like duplicating the experience. It's like, yeah, that's part of it. That's why you see it twice, is because when he kills his stepdad, that movie is playing, and when he is like lingering over the little girl and watching it, like, hello? Yeah, that's like the fucking point. And the nods to the original is what makes it fun, I think. I think that ties it together nicely because yeah, like Michael Myers, like Laurie Strode, like looking out the window and seeing him and being like, "Holy shit, do you guys see this?" Turns around, looks back, and he's gone. That's quintessential to what Halloween is. And yes, he does do quite a like that is kind of like the buildup. You're 100% correct, Ram. Is that the buildup is that he is naturally evil. That he is just like a natural born evil fucking person. Because even in the opening sequence, you see him. Not only does he kill his family for starters, he when he's in the insane asylum. And Danny Trejo's character is the only character that is nice to him. And you feel like they have a rapport, right? Like in watching it, you feel like they have like a rapport. Like Danny Trejo's being really nice to him. And Danny Trejo is the only one that can get the handcuffs back on him. And then he mercilessly and savagely kills him anyway. The point is that he's like deeply evil. That's the point. That's how the buildup is supposed to read, is that it's a cold open, he's killing an animal, then he kills a person, then he's like, hell yeah, this fucks, and then he kills his family, and then he's essentially inhibited from killing, while he's in this institution, but even then he kills the nurse just because he fucking can. And then as an adult, when he is allowed to resume to his psychopathic nature, he even kills people that are nice to him and are kind to him because he's evil. That's the point.
Little nods to the original are charming at first, but quickly become distracting, and as the movie continues, it just gets worse. The movie is constantly trying to pay respects to the original while also trying to outdo it. The remake continues for another 20 minutes after the original story ends, but there's no need or point to any of this. Everything still plays out the same. It just takes longer to get there. And it's a long movie. At over 2 hours in runtime, it is the longest in the series by a country mile and already outstays its welcome by the halfway point. It is
The theatrical cut is 109 minutes. What is math? What is math? What is math?
exceptionally violent in uncreative ways, and what starts out as a fun experiment feels like a chore to finish. But it being longer doesn't mean that it's all bad, as it does open the film up for small moments of greatness that are sprinkled in. I love that this is really the only movie in the franchise that really uses Michael's height to its advantage. Played by the 6'8", 300-pound monster that is Tyler Mane in both films, Myers here is really physically intimidating. He looms above everyone in the cast, has to bend down to get through doorways, and is my personal favorite out of all the actors to play the character as an adult. He has such a presence about him in the first movie, and it's the only time that the concept is really sold throughout the entire experience that Michael is an unstoppable, unrelenting force of nature. It's really the only time that he looks like he can't be beaten, and if this film does anything right, it's this. The other great casting decision here is Malcolm McDowell, who fills the large shoes left behind by Donald Pleasance in the role of Samuel Loomis. He's really fantastic in every scene, and by playing the character over a 15-year period, he gets to play around.
Well, and again, we have to remember, like, the two really important things here is who made this movie, Rob Zombie, and what was horror at the time that this movie came out? Gore. That's what people were looking for in horror movies. And what we've talked about before is if you want people to get involved or excited, you have to adapt to what audiences are currently searching for. This came out in the era of gore porn in horror. Think of Saw, House of a Thousand Corpses. What else was out at this time? It was the gore, Human Centipede. Like, this is what people wanted. And first of all, Rob Zombie, you know what you're getting when you watch a Rob Zombie movie. It is going to be very fucking gory. Hostel as well. It's going to be very, very fucking gory. And then it's also like, that is what horror at the time looked like. Obviously, if you made this movie in the 1980s, you would have like fainting couches in, the theaters. But this was at the time where people wanted gory movies. Like, this came out around the time of Saw 3, which was arguably unprecedented in its gore factor. Saw 3 was fucking disgusting for the time that it came out. Like, Saw 3 was, like, jarringly disturbing with the gore content. That's what people wanted at the time. And part of the genius and why this succeeded is not only did Rob Zombie pay, homage to the original Halloween movies, he also adapted it to where, like, it resonated with what the audience was asking for at the time. And what the audience wanted was blood, guts, terror, and gore. And that's what he gave them. He gave them blood, guts, terror, and gore. And it was delivered by Michael Myers. And that's why people liked it so much, is because it was contextually and, like, significant in the time that it came out. I remember the shotgun collar scene. Oh my God. The third one was exceptionally. I think it's actually probably the goriest one. I would say that the third one was probably the goriest of all the Saw movies. Saw X is pretty bad, but in a different way. But Saw 3 is probably, unironically, the goriest Saw movie. Yeah, I mean, like, well, in high key, I will gatekeep horror movies. Horror movies are going to be scary. Horror movies are going to be hard to watch. That's like half of the point, is that it's supposed to scare you. It's supposed to make you uncomfortable. It's supposed to make you feel, that's how you're seeking out this controlled, like, fear factor in your life. They're supposed to be scary, uncomfortable, and gory. That's what they're supposed to be. That's what they've always been, and that's what they will continue to be. Like, people are like, oh my God, I didn't get a trigger warning for Cannibal Holocaust. It's like, what did you think that you were watching, dumb fuck? Obviously, like, that is part of the style or the genre of film, is that it has to be shocking. It has to be controversial. It has to be in your fucking face. It has to be uncomfortable. If you want to watch jump scare horror movies, that's awesome. And I'm super happy for you. And I'm glad that you like those kinds of movies. But challenging yourself and growing in your appreciation for different forms of art is being uncomfortable. Okay. And even then, like, even within the horror or the gore genre, there's plenty of films that I don't like that are gore films. I really don't care for Terrifier, but I know what it is and I appreciate it for what it is. I didn't watch it and I was like, oh my God, he's cutting people in half. What the fuck? Like, obviously that's what's happening. Duh. Like, scary is a broad term. You're not wrong, but that's why there's different subgenres of horror. And obviously, if you're going to watch Saw, it's going to be gory. If you're going to watch Terrifier, it's going to be gory. If you watch The Conjuring, not going to be gory. If you watch Insidious, not going to be gory. If you watch Hereditary or Midsommar, it's going to be gory, but it's not going to be very much of the film. But there are going to be some scenes that kind of make you jump out of your skin. If you watch Green Inferno, you're going in for an all-out blood and guts fest. If you're watching Prisoners or The Shining, you're going for a slow burn that kind of, like, teases you and terrifies you and kind of makes you feel unsettled. Same thing with The Shining. Like, there's different genres of horror, and to be scared, obviously, you subjectively determine what that means for you. But to pretend that there aren't going to be uncomfortable things or scary things in scary movies is insane. That's really stupid.
Changing him subtly throughout his performance. Pretty much everything he does is great, and the film is lifted a few notches from him just being there. Danny Trejo also plays a character here instead of his usual action self, and gets to stretch his character muscles as the kind custodian that works in the mental facility that Michael is held in. In just a few scenes, he really makes you care for him, and is one of his better non-action roles. Danielle Harris, who you will recognize as the younger Jamie Strode from 4 and 5, returns to the franchise as a new character, Laurie's best friend Annie. It's nice
also deeply saddened that Scout Taylor Compton did not become a Rob Zombie regular cameo, because she's very good. She's very good. I think that Rob Zombie's Achilles heel is that he continues to cast the exact same actors in every single fucking movie, even though they're not very particularly talented or skilled. I totally understand, these are the people that helped you build your like fucking entire movie catalog. I totally get that. And I totally get wanting to bring people up with you, and I totally get wanting to have your friends involved in your passion projects and shit, but it is a severe hindrance to Rob Zombie that he continues to cast people that are not particularly skilled actors or actresses. If I could watch a Rob Zombie movie without Sheri Moon Zombie, I think that the movie would be substantially better. That's just my opinion.
To see her coming back to the series in some form, and she does well here with a few scenes that she has. The film is really well shot for the most part, and you can tell that they used their budget where it counted. The film came out in 2007, and it was a huge success, gaining even more money than H2O that had the gimmick of bringing back Jamie Lee Curtis. And so, in following a tradition with the series, after a passable entry comes out and makes some money, the powers behind the scenes rushed out a sequel to maximize profits, and Halloween 2 was pushed along to a release date in 2009, leaving only 2 years to write, film, and complete post-production on the project.
And if anything, when he's talking about the idea that they're not like middle class white people that are getting killed by Michael, one of the like analyses or whatever that people will do is that Michael was trailer trash. Michael was white trash. His mom was a stripper. His sister was a whore, and his stepdad was an unemployed bum on like fucking disability for his broken arm. And so who he targets particularly are affluent white people. That is another, lens to criticize that through. And I think that is something that Rob Zombie does very well, is he loves the white trash trailer park boys, like kind of, gross, fucking, smelly trailer park boy archetype or stereotype. And I think that he does that well in demonstrating that is what Michael was. And so one of the lenses that you can look at it through is that as he grows up, he has resentment for the people in the ivory tower. So for example, he really hates Samuel Loomis, because he sees him as the pinnacle of the ivory tower that tries to pathologize and stop him from doing what he thinks is most important in his life, and that ivory tower is the enemy. And that, the people that he targets are people that looked down on him and his family his whole life. And that's something that is incorporated in the Rob Zombie film that I think is very good, is that they continually harass him about his mom and his sister, particularly, that his sister is a whore and that his mom is a stripper. That is something that they target him for specifically. And then for him to grow up and attack the same kind of people that look down on him and treated him poorly, obviously that's, a totally like, oh my God, fucking sociology thesis paper or whatever the fuck. But like that is another lens to look at it through, right? Is that he is white trash for all intents and purposes. So is his family, right? And he was generally disliked because his family was poor and they were trashy.
Zombie didn't want to return to the sequel, as the process of making the first one was so taxing both physically and creatively that he couldn't imagine turning around and doing it all over again. And this is where it already begins to fall apart, because despite the feeling of exhaustion, he returned out of fear of someone else ruining his vision of the story, combined with the promise of near total creative freedom. Malek Akkad, who was so impressed with the first entry into the new series, told Zombie that he had complete faith in him to deliver a new story that was entirely his own vision, and that the rules imposed on him during the first film would no longer apply to the sequel, and that the producers would take a nearly hands-off approach, letting things play out as they happened. This turned out to be a really bad decision. Halloween 2 is a horrible movie, and is the second worst in the series behind Resurrection. The movie starts out okay, and is really similar to the feeling of the other Halloween 2. They both
Can he show all this shit on stream? Like, can he show all this? Like, I feel like these are these are crazy scenes to put in here.
Lara getting taken to the hospital right after the events of the previous film, with Michael arriving to cause mayhem. But things really start turning into shambles when it is revealed that the entire sequence that makes up the first 26 minutes of the movie has been a dream. None of it actually happened, and was just an entire waste of time.
Well, it's a creative way to splinter off from the original story. Do you want him to just, like, because this guy would fucking bitch that he copy and pasted the exact same plot from the second movie, the original second movie. He's doing like a splinter off. Yeah, and that's actually really fun, isn't it? That like Laurie is coming up on the anniversary of, what happened on Halloween, like probably without argument really. The most traumatic experience of her entire fucking life, and it's showing that she's fucking terrified of this happening again. And then it goes on to show how this has ruined her fucking life. So there's like that psychological aspect of it as well. There's even a scene in the beginning where she's talking, I think she's either talking to one of her friends or she's talking to the therapist, and she's like, I cannot forget, because every time I look at Annie's fucking face, I know it's my fault. Because he carves her ass up in the first one, and her face is just fucked from him cutting the shit up out of her face. And so there's this other aspect of it where it's the psychological terror, one, that she literally cannot move on from this event. It's the most traumatic event of her life. It's ruined her life in so many different ways. And she's so scared that it's going to happen again, and everybody keeps telling her he's dead, don't worry about it. That adds another layer to it. And it splinters off from the original, and it puts a creative new spin on it where he can still, like pay respects to the original and include the really awesome scene. Like the hospital scene is really fucking cool. Like give that like its recognition and its place while putting your own creative artistic spin on it with a different story. Is this guy ever happy? Is he ever fucking happy? Also, thank you, Keldoge, for the raid. What is up, Raiders? Feel free to like the video at Sparksjoy. Right now, we're watching In Praise of Shadows, critique Halloween, which is my beloved. So, I'm crashing out right now. You guys can join the Discord. The Discord's free. Okay, beautiful, beautiful, lemon, beautiful. You guys can also check out my merch because it's so cool. You guys are free to hang out and vibe if you like horror movies because that's what we're doing right now. Malcolm, a Keldodge behind you. Mama, a girl behind you. Everybody witness. Thank you very much, Graham, for the $2 dues. Witness, guys. It's neat because IPOS seems to prefer psychological horror, but doesn't delve into the character writing at all here. No, because the character writing is actually incredibly advanced for something that I would expect from a Rob Zombie movie. No disrespect to Rob Zombie. But I consider that to be something that really adds to... It really adds to, like, the fear of it all. Where, like, for any rational thought, you shot this guy in the face. He's dead. He's not going to get you. They're just dreams. They're just bad memories. They're just nightmares. It's just Halloween. There's nothing to be scared of. But the reality is obviously there's something to be scared of. But it's that her life is fucking ruined because of this. And she's trying to adjust. And it is disrupted and interrupted by this, like, destructive pattern that is Michael Myers. That's what makes it fun. That's what makes it fun.
Almost like Rob Zombie wrote himself into a corner about 30 pages or so into the script and didn't want to start over again. So he just had it be a dream. It's insulting to the audience, it's lazy, and the movie does this constantly.
It's not.
It's actually pretty funny in places too, like this scene where Sam Loomis walks out on a stage to give a lecture that literally consists of about 2 or 3 sentences, where he then opens the floor to questions, only to explode in a fit of rage when someone asks a question that he doesn't like, and it then cuts to his agent telling him to wrap it up. Like this
also, again, you're fucking missing it. We're fucking missing it. Samuel Loomis in the first movie gets in a lot of trouble with the people from Haddonfield because he writes this fucking book. It's blood money. That's what they say it is. That's what the sheriff says to his face. Fuck your book. It's blood money. That's what he says. He then directly saves, you know, for all intents and purposes, he really doesn't do fucking anything. He saves Laurie. He gets to try and be the hero. And coming off of the back of that, he has this bombshell, hot tidbit of information that the sheriff gave to him that Laurie Strode is actually Angel Myers. And so, in turn, his insatiable ego causes him to write another book. And he becomes essentially a B-list celebrity. Everybody's mad at him for coasting on the, you know, it's blood money. Even the dad of the girl that has the headstone, I can never remember her name, that one that got killed. He goes to the book signing and chastises Loomis and almost kills him. So the writing of Loomis in the second movie is that he is an egotistical narcissist who has, you know, a head full of hot air because he coasted off of the success of his first book, got a very salacious piece of information that he wrote his second book about in order to become famous and, you know, popular and profitable. And the leading up to the interview, he specifically says, you know, like, did you prime the audience? I don't want to talk about this shit. I just want to talk about my book. That's all I want to talk about. And he gets up there and the first thing they start asking him about is Michael Myers. And he's like, I don't want to fucking talk about this. And that's why he crashes out. That's like the whole point. That is the whole point, is that in the second movie, Loomis, like, degradates as a character because he's so full of himself and high off of his own farts because of the success of his book. That's, like, the point. That is the character development of Samuel Loomis in these movies. Hello? Stupid. What if Rob Zombie made a Splatterhouse in the movie? Yeah. What's the last one that he made? 31? That was a choice. That was a choice. I have to convince myself to like that one. Love a Rob Zombie film.
Sequence of events, if it were to happen in real life, would be like at least an hour, but it's presented and taking place over the course of about 40 seconds. And it's just really
oh my god, they didn't do the entire Samuel Loomis lecture in the movie that would have taken an hour. Literally, I want to kick this guy in the fucking face.
Editing decisions like this that hold the film back. Because in a minute or so, you see Malcolm McDowell being funny, academic, sad, and angry in such a short amount of time that it makes him seem like he has a personality.
Well, yeah, because he's, first of all, they condense, like, the hour-long lecture into, like, 40 seconds, of course, because it's a movie, for starters. The other part is that he is very personable when people are stroking his ego, because that's relevant later. That's relevant later in the film, when he learns that he made a mistake and that he tries to save Laurie himself. That's part of his character development, yes.
Disorder, which he honestly might. His character is really bad here across the board. Everything right with him the first time around is wrong here, and he's really unlikable, which is sad. He's verbally abusive.
It's because that's the point. That is the point. It's a different story. It's a different spin on the story. he's written to be like a pretentious asshole because he is the one that drops the bombshell that Laurie is actually Angel. Yes. Yes, it's central to the plot, actually. It's central to the plot, actually, that fucking Laurie finds out that she's that's central to the plot. That's like the twist.
Women. He makes profits off the victims of his failed patients. He's narcissistic, fake, and that makes me really sad because Malcolm McDowell has always been one of my favorite performers. And it's not his fault here either. It almost entirely lies with the lackluster script and poor editing decisions during the process.
Literally, oh my god.
Laurie is even less likable here though, and it's rare that I root for two main characters to get killed by a villain like I do in this movie. She literally doesn't go a scene without telling someone to go F themselves or screaming at someone for no reason. She has no
dude, she just watched all of her friends and family get fucking butchered in front of her. What do you mean for no reason? What do you mean for no reason? She's fucking traumatized. And it's the anniversary of the traumatized event. She is racked with guilt that she is the reason that everybody got fucking killed. She can't rationalize why Michael Myers killed everybody but not her. Yes. Yes. Yes, she is crashing out because it's been less than a year. This is the 1 year anniversary. This is the 1 year anniversary. She is crashing out. Yes? Hello? I'm krilling myself.
No redeeming qualities at all, and isn't really nice to anyone once in the film. She also has no agency, as men show up constantly throughout the movie to save her. Most of them don't even have names. They just show up to save her and get killed, so that she can move on to the next one. You can tell that Zombie was really burnt out when making this movie, as at the same time it doesn't feel like a Halloween movie or have an identity of its own. It's just a mess and also features a horrible subplot involving dream sequences in which Michael's mother, who died in part 1, comes back in the form of an angel. And I honestly think that
the dream sequences are that he is like mentally unwell. And the dream sequences build up to the grand reveal that the natural born evil psychopath trait is inherent in the bloodline, and that Laurie has it too. That's the purpose of the dream sequence, because throughout the movie we see, you know, his mom saying, "It's almost time to come home. It's almost time to come home. It's almost time to come home." And she's guiding him through this. And the only time that he talks is through the hallucination of his younger self. He doesn't talk since he killed the nurse in the first movie. And towards the end of the movie, Scout Taylor Compton, or Laurie, starts hallucinating her as well. And the first time that she hallucinates her is in a dream. Then she sees her again when she's awake at the Halloween party. And then at the end of the movie, at the climax of the movie, where Loomis is trying to save her, she's like, "I can't, he's holding me down." And it is the hallucination of younger Michael holding her down. And when she is unable to break out of that delusion, Sherry Moon Zombie says, "It's time, bring us home." And the twist is that evil is hereditary. That he is insane in the same way that Scout Taylor Compton is insane. That's the point. That is the point of the movie. That is the point of the movie. And it's building up. It is building up. It was supposed to build up to a third one. It died in pre-production. But it was building up to a third movie where Laurie Strode is now the next Myers. That's what it is.
This might have been a scheme to get more money from the studio, as Zombie's wife, Sherry Moon Zombie, plays the character in both movies. The sequences have some nice imagery that speaks to the Twin Peaks fandom me, but they overall lack any significant meaning. They make no sense, and they don't
make any sense because you're dumb as a box of fucking rocks. It's about, what does she say? Bring our family home. Hello? Did he even watch it?
Series. One of them also happens in the beginning of the movie, which, as I said, ends up being a dream that Laurie is having. So in Laurie's dream, Michael has his own dream, and it's laughable how little the whole thing is thought out. It's just a bad movie, and even
it's not poorly thought out. It builds the narrative that she too is fucking insane. It builds the plot to the lead up to the end, where she is awake and lucid and having these dreams while she's awake because she is also crazy.
Talk about it makes it all fall apart, so it's just best to leave it alone. It came out and was immediately destroyed critically. But that didn't stop the Weinstein Company from trying to rush out a sequel just 1 year later, titled Halloween 3D, that would feature Laurie on the run from Michael in a mental institution. Rob Zombie refused to come back again for a third film, that was pushed back to 2011, then again to 2012, before it was finally cancelled that year. So it seemed, at least for a time, that the long-running 10-film series that had started the horror franchise boom had finally died and placed to rest, and ended with a whimper rather than a bang. But that's not the case because Halloween is back. I was holding off on making this video until I saw the new one that just came back.
Yeah, I didn't like the new ones. I thought the new ones were dumb. The Rob Zombie remakes are my beloved. I don't like this at all because it's a shallow, like, juvenile understanding of the films and what Rob Zombie was trying to do. And it's like this is the thing that pisses me off about remakes, because everybody who's critical of remakes does one of these two things. They either hate the remake because it is not a strict copy and paste of the original, or they hate the movie because it's too similar to the original. There's no in between. People get super fucking pissed about this. And it's like, nobody wants a complete, like, copy paste of an original movie. What reinvigorates franchises is bringing fresh perspectives and fresh stories that expand the lore of the universe or put their own creative spin on the existing lore of the universe. Again, I'm going to keep saying it. The Hellraiser remake is a perfect example of this because it's lore that exists within the universe with a unique spin. Rob Zombie specifically had this idea in his head that Rob Zombie is one of the people who believes in natural born evil. He's one of those people that really ascribes to the idea that there are, like, natural born evil people and natural born psychopaths, and that there are people that will do horrific evils just because they are innately that way. That's actually a theme in a lot of his movies, believe it or not. And so the idea that he would map that on to Michael Myers, who arguably is the quote-unquote original pure form of evil, because you never know what he's doing. You're like, I don't understand what his issue is. He never dies, and he ruthlessly and savagely murders every single person that gets in his way, even if that person is trying to help. So this film, Rob Zombie's vision for Michael Myers was not humanizing or giving a backstory, this is why he is the way that he is. It is to explain and explore the fact that Michael Myers is a natural-born psychopath and is innately evil. And out of that comes the nods to the original movies. You want to pay respect to the people that made this what it is, and you're building off of it. You want to pay respect to those people, and then incorporating new concepts and putting your own story and breathing life into a franchise. Because believe it or not, Halloween 2, the Rob Zombie remake, is actually a phenomenal movie for several different reasons. The first reason is I love the idea of this insanity gene being hereditary. I like that a lot. I think that's very creative because nobody can explain why he is the only one that is, like, so fucked up in the head. Nobody can explain that. It was just him for some reason. Everybody else was totally normal. It's just him. Why? Why does Laurie Strode not also act fucking insane? That's crazy. Additionally, the story writing of the second movie, starting it that way, so you think, oh, this is just a straight rip of the second movie. Okay, I guess we're here. And then flipping it around and saying, actually, that was a dream. We're going to go somewhere else now. That's not lazy screenwriting. That is incredibly, incredibly intelligent postmodern writing, where the story is not continuous. It's broken up by dream sequences. That's a postmodern interpretation of this. The other thing that is incredibly wonderful is the incorporation of how fucked up Laurie Strode's life is because of this. And this is something that is horribly glossed over in the original movies because it's all gas, no breaks. She doesn't get a break. She's like, every year on Halloween, she's like, fuck, I gotta go. We don't really have any kind of, pacing in understanding Laurie as a character. You never really get to understand who she is as a person, ever. She's just the person that's running away from Michael Myers, and he wants to kill her for, I don't know. That is something that is really cool about Halloween 2, is you get to see, she's like this preppy, like snooty teenager who's like, a fucking little nerd or whatever, and she's like, whatever. She's very spoiled, very sheltered, and then you see this massive switch to where she is like borderline deranged. She has like a painting of Charles Manson above her bed. Her hair is unkempt. She hasn't been showering. She hasn't been taking care of herself. She can't sleep. She can't eat. She can't really do anything. She's barely holding down this job, and she starts to let go. She starts to indulge in these poor mechanisms of how she's dealing with this. The psychiatrist can't help her. Her friends can't help her. No one can help her. And she loses herself in that and becomes like susceptible to this evil. And that's something that's cool because you see her character development change from preppy high school girl to, I just watched all of my friends get fucking killed right in front of me. All of my friends are dead. My family is dead. Everybody's fucking dead. I had to kill somebody. It was crazy. It was insane. It was deranged. And then we're building up to all of the cues that would be natural, like reoccurring triggers for somebody, right? Like, it's Halloween. Last year on Halloween, everybody that you knew got murdered violently. That's crazy. Right in front of you. That's so weird. Why are you freaking out? Like, it humanizes it in a way that you wouldn't expect from a slasher movie. Slasher movies are fast paced. There's no rhyme or reason normally. It's explained at the end, but it's not anything that's like very serious. And they just be killing bitches. And it goes and it goes and it goes and it goes. This paced wonderfully to show deterioration in people's lives because they were involved with Michael Myers. Loomis loses his mind in a very unique way, and then at the end, he brings it back, and he sacrifices himself to try and save Laurie, and it's in vain. It's in vain, because she is evil now too. You see the degradation of Laurie's character. You see the degradation, Danielle Harris, Annie always stays pretty neutral. But you see, the chaotic influence of those around her, the kind of people that she's attracting. Her new friends are not very good friends at all. But her old friends were really good friends. Her old friends are dead and fucked up. And so she's craving that chaos and she's seeking it out. It's like a really interesting and unique and something that is so well written. I would not expect it from Rob Zombie. No shame to Rob Zombie, but I would not expect this level of character development from him in 2 sequels, mind you, in 2 movies. Quick succession, one after the other. Very well written. Very well written. And it delivered very well. So In Praise of Shadows can go like fucking lay in the street. This guy's dumb as fuck. Like, what do you mean? Samuel Loomis is just being like a huge asshole. Yes, he is. That's the point of his character in the second movie, is that he's a huge unlikable asshole. And then at the end, he realizes, I totally fucked up. I got to make this right. And then he tries to save her. That's the whole point. That is the whole point, is that he's a huge fucking dick the whole movie. And then he tries to save her at the end. And then everybody tries to convince Laurie that everything is fine. Surprise, nothing is fine. He's coming back. Like, did we even watch the same movie? I don't know. It makes me upset. It makes me upset that people like In Praise of Shadows are allowed to like give their opinion at any point in time. He makes me very upset. Because the Halloween Rob Zombie remakes are phenomenal. Are absolutely fucking phenomenal. Okay, I don't care what anybody fucking says.
There's this video that at this point is over a decade old, that I'm sure most people watching this are familiar with. It is a well-edited montage of clips from different films starring actor Nicolas Cage, with no context, spliced together set to Clint Mansell's soundtrack.
And it's still going, guys. Help. What the hell? Okay, there we go. Because I'm looking to see if he does any others that, I want to see if there's any others that he... Because if he did Evil Dead... So the Scream one made me really upset. The Hills Have Eyes. This is the one. This is the one that was crazy, because he said, what did he say? He said that the hill people in The Hills Have Eyes are an allegory for Native Americans, and the people whose car broke down in the desert, they deserve to die because they were trying to colonize their land. That was crazy. I don't really want The Identity of Horror. I guess maybe that one. I don't have really strong opinions on Underworld. Watchmen, I didn't like the show, but I did like the movie, so I imagine that has the show. Goodnight Mommy sucked. Scary Clowns. Exploring Cosmic Horror. This was this before? Hang on. Is the new Hellraiser in this one? Because if the new Hellraiser is in this one. Inferno, Hellworld, the reboot. Oh, that doesn't have the new one in it, so I don't care. I would literally kill somebody who did a bad review of if somebody does a bad review of the new Hellraiser, I will crash the fuck out, because that is one of the best remakes I've ever seen. That is one of the best remakes I have ever seen. I don't like the new ones. I don't like the new Watchmen's. I don't like them. Okay, quick go piss girl. I want to watch this Identity of Horror, and then we'll watch the Lewis McClung video, okay? And I'll put music on because Cloud was fucking complaining again, so I'll put music on, so... God, bitch. Okay. I will be right back, mamacitas. Everybody behave.
night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. Hey, yo, we thuggin', never gonna stop. Hey, yo, we thuggin', never gonna stop. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. Hey, yo, we thuggin', never gonna stop. Hey, yo, we thuggin', never gonna stop.
Hey, look at that. I'm back, and you didn't even know that I was gone, did you? Crazy, crazy girl. Crazy girl. You guys didn't even know. You didn't even know. And now I'm here. Now I'm here. Oh. Yeah. I liked Weapons. I just thought it was kind of a slow start, honestly, but I liked it. It was creative. I like the I don't know. I thought it was fun, and I thought it was filmed really well. I thought it was filmed really well. And I can't talk to Anthony about horror movies because Anthony can't answer the breakfast hypothetical. And he doesn't think that the concept of pure evil is good writing. I think it's good writing. I think it's excellent writing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, guys? You know what I'm saying? But I did enjoy Weapons. I'm gonna go and see Begonia this weekend, I think. And I'm excited to see that. I'm excited to see that. Yeah, it was a pretty I didn't watch the Scream TV show. I'm gonna be totally honest. I only liked the first Scream. I stopped watching after like the third one. I just didn't care much for what they did to the franchise personally. The breakfast hypothetical is what people like to do to. So if you've ever seen the Whatever podcast, or if you've ever seen Fresh and Fit or any of those shows where they bring on like OnlyFans bimbos, and that's what they look for. And they bring on like these OnlyFans bimbos, and then they stack the lineup of guys with like really hardcore debate bros, and they try to debate them on shit, and it's like these are just like random 20-year-old girls, like they don't do like any of the debate shit or whatever, and they're just there to make fun of them really. But they always ask them the breakfast question, which tests people's ability to engage in hypotheticals. So I say, DZ, how would you feel if you ate breakfast this morning? Somebody who can engage with a hypothetical would say, if I didn't eat breakfast this morning, I would probably feel hungry. But what people who like don't engage with hypotheticals or don't engage with them well will say is, oh, well, I did eat breakfast this morning. Or they'll say, I never eat breakfast. I'm not a breakfast person. Because they're not engaging with the question. They're just looking to give an answer that is satisfactory to them. They're not actually engaging with the question that was asked. So it's just a way to like test if somebody is able to engage with a hypothetical. They'll say, but I did eat breakfast, or I don't ever eat breakfast, or something to that effect. But the correct answer would be somebody said, well, it's 5 o'clock right now. If I didn't eat breakfast today, I would probably be hungry right now. That's the way that it goes. That's the way that it goes. It's debate. It's debate purgatory. But if you want to have a debate on something and you can't engage with hypotheticals, I don't know what to say. That's kind of like the purpose of debate. Or hypotheticals are just meant to like exist. They exist to test your logical consistency. So like if I say, I think human life begins at conception. Okay. If there was a petri dish baby, and if I had a petri fertilized egg in this hand and a real like a 1-month-old baby in this hand, and I dropped both of them at the same time, which one would you grab first? Hypothetically, you wouldn't be able to choose because both are a baby, but they always say the baby because they're like, oh, well, it's already, developed or whatever the fuck. But the purpose of the hypothetical is to like test your logical consistency. Do you really believe this thing that you're telling me you believe? That's the purpose of it. So it's debate purgatory. It is debate purgatory, but okay, I want to see if this is any good, and then we'll watch the Lewis video. So let's try this one.
Meet Arthur Hamilton.
There has to be a good In Praise of Shadows video, you guys.
He is on his commute home in the evening after a long day at work. His eyes are glazed over, he walks as if in a stupor. From his perspective, time has not been kind to him. Things have not turned out as he once envisioned they would. He has not received what he thinks he deserves. He has a daughter who moved out west some years ago with her husband, but he doesn't hear from her very much anymore. She writes from time to time, and he sees her on holidays. Tonight he will wake in the middle of the night due to a panic attack, and will share a passionless kiss with his wife who sleeps in a separate bed, before going back to sleep. This is more or less the same thing that Arthur Hamilton does every day, has done every day for years. He sits distracted at the bank, dictating the same messages to his secretary again and again. He rides the train home, shares a conversationless car ride and dinner with his wife, and then goes to bed. But something different happens today, as when he steps onto the train, he hears a man from behind him call his name. The man, hidden in shadows, hands him a business card, steps off the train, and disappears into the crowd. Tonight in his office, the phone will ring, and when Arthur answers, the voice on the other end will introduce itself as belonging to Charlie, a man who was once Arthur's friend.
Oh yeah, I don't care. Hang on. We'll find a Hellraiser remake one. Hellraiser remake. What do I Hellraiser remake review? I guess Hellraiser remake review. Who's somebody who's notoriously bad? Chris Stuckman. Oh yeah, this is gonna put me into a coma. Let's do this one. This one's gonna kill me.
I have seen the future of horror. His name is Clive Barker. Hellraiser, a film by Clive Barker.
We'll tear your soul apart.
Enjoy the 7th annual Halloween special or I'll tear your soul apart.
Welcome to the 7th annual Halloween special. I'm so happy to be talking about horror movies again this year. As I mentioned in my review for The Addams Family, I'm going to be talking about various horror films. Some of them will be in a mashup with my wife that's going to be released closer to Halloween, and some of them are going to be solo reviews like this one. Hellraiser is obviously a film that I did not see when I was young. It's very violent, and a lot of the violence is sexual in nature, so of course, this movie was a big no-no. But it was the cover of this film that I saw everywhere. Every time I went to Blockbuster or Hollywood Video, that VHS tape, that one in fact, scared the shit out of me. Pinhead, as he became known in subsequent films, much to Clive Barker's dismay, is one creepy-looking bastard. And there was a lot of hype surrounding this movie for me as a young kid because I always heard so much about it. How terrifying and gory it is, and how inappropriate it is, and it's 18 plus and all of this stuff that really made me scared to watch it. But of course, as an adult, I had to eventually watch Hellraiser, and I was really pleased to discover that this movie is a lot more than the things my parents were always concerned about me seeing. Yes, it's very violent, and yes, it's sadomasochistic and all of the things my parents were worried about, but it's also a
Hell yeah, dude. BDSM sex demons from hell. Let's go.
deeply felt human story, and that's not something I expected.
Hell
The film was
yeah.
written and directed by Clive Barker from his novel The Hellbound Heart, and this film has an interest in its human characters. In this film, a husband and father is moving into a new house. His brother has been long gone. Apparently his brother goes on a lot of benders, disappears for a long period of time, sometimes winds up in jail. His daughter is there as well, but the woman he's with is not her mother. So automatically there's a
This
lot of
is
family
not the
tension
new
from this.
one. This is not the new one. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the helly? Oh, this is the one I want. Fuck, sorry. I clicked on
Number
the
9 is going to be Hellraiser Revelations, probably the most popular pick
Which one did you put the...
last year.
I just
There's
want
a
to
variety of quality on this list. A lot of people have this movie much higher. I don't think it's a very popular pick to have this as the worst of this franchise, but for me personally, I just really hate the main character of this film. I think he's a despicable character. He's a shitty person. He's somebody that you do not enjoy following whatsoever. You don't root for him. You don't care about anything he had aside from, couldn't immediately tell, some other forces into giving human sacrifices to this box and satisfying the characters in here. You have the main character. After that original film, for as great as it is, after that, the franchise just felt like it never really could figure out what to do with the Cenobites or what to do with Pinhead, and they were always just like tossed around as I don't know what to fucking do.
Dude, this guy sucks. I don't know. I just want his opinion on the new one. Thank you for the $2 being everybody with us.
Witness!
with them. Just throw them in page 8. And this film finally felt like a story where the Cenobites and Pinhead and the Lament configuration and their looming threat and the eventual confrontation with the Cenobites is the point. It's the star of the show. It's the focal point of the plot of the film. And to me, that was a gigantic breath of fresh air. To finally have a Hellraiser film that actually focuses on its poster child villain. What a fucking concept, right? So you have some characters in here. You have the main character who is struggling with drug addiction. She gets a hold of the Lament configuration. And in this, the box has like different configurations, different little forms. And each time it has a new form, it requires a human sacrifice. And eventually is going to lead to...
Wrong. It doesn't require a human sacrifice. The configurations will also accept Cenobites as sacrifices. Misinformation.
something happening in the third act whenever it reveals its final confrontation.
Because the Chitterer is actually taken when it is impaled with one of the configurations. Lie detected.
And so essentially you have this main character that is getting tricked and lured by the Cenobites and some other forces into giving human sacrifices to this box and satisfying the Cenobites. And so to me, it was a very entertaining story and the most refreshing Hellraiser story that I've seen since the original film. I think that all of the practical effects and the gore, and especially the creature effects, is top fucking notch. Even the effects that they use to kind of shift the world into the hell dimension where walls shift and the floor drops out, I thought was really convincing. Even if there was some CGI, I couldn't immediately tell, which is the best version of CGI. I think that Jamie Clayton was awesome as this new Pinhead by a landslide, the best Pinhead that we've had aside from Doug Bradley, and she just makes it her own. And I really loved the creature design on all the other Cenobites too. So this is a film that I really dug. I really enjoyed it. I was pleasantly surprised with how good it is, and I hope it succeeds because I want to see more movies in this new version of Hellraiser. But at number one, I still have the original Hellraiser. While never...
Yeah, okay. All right, fine. I'll allow. The new Hellraiser is so fucking good, dude. It is so good. It's so good. Jamie Clayton is a queen. Is a fucking queen. Fucking, oh, so good. So good. Where's the one that I like? Hellraiser remake, Jamie Clayton. Everybody was super pissed that Jamie Clayton played the new Pinhead, and they were like, it shouldn't, like, why is it a trans woman? Why is Pinhead a trans? Cenobites are like genderless demons that only find pleasure in pain. They don't give a fuck about gender, okay? And you're crazy if you think otherwise. Like, this movie is so fucking good, bro. It's so awesome. The best. You can't convince me otherwise. She is the best Pinhead. She does awesome. She does awesome. She does awesome. So good in that film. It's crazy. It's awesome. We have such sights to show you. Yes. Yes, bitch, you do. Yes, let me see them, bitch. Yes. Love her. Love her. Love her. Okay. Let's see what Lewis is up to. So, first of all, this thumbnail is something. This thumbnail is something right here. We have Logan, Jake or Logan Paul. I don't know which one is which. I don't know which one is which. Yeah. I don't know which one is which. What the hell? The Jake or Logan Paul, one of the Paul brothers. I don't fucking know. And then Hassan, dopamine addict, illiterate children, AI child porn. You're stupid. So, okay. Let's see what that's about. God damn it.
I am an idiot. Welcome, members of the audience. I am an idiot. But that's not why you clicked on this video. You probably clicked on it because you thought I was calling you an idiot. And I am a little. And don't take it personally if you don't want to. It's actually probably a good thing if you do take it personally. You know, a little internal growth never hurt anybody, I guess. Even if you already are a genuinely smart person, it's always good to strive to be smarter. Intellectualism is defined as the pursuit of all...
That one's Jake. Intellectualism, the exercise of the intellect at the expense of the emotion, the theory that knowledge is wholly or mainly derived from pure reason or rationalism. Yeah, okay. Let's see what we do with this.
All things intellect at the expense of emotion. Intellect, by definition, is the understanding of things objective. Death, by definition, the end. Humanity has survived for hundreds of thousands of years, if you're intellectual and you don't believe in something other than what facts point towards. Not to say religion and the pursuit of intellect are all divorced of each other, but it's a little hard through the lens of belief to actually genuinely pursue intellect. Religion did not kill intellect. Actually, it was a very big catalyst for intellectual arts, or arts in intellect. Basically, the Renaissance was very religious and very much a pursuit of how far we can really go with art, and enhancing devotion in general, and philosophical thought. Where would I put the death of intellect? And by the title of this video, it says that intellect is dead, not dying. And I truly believe that
Religion really kill intellectualism or intellectual thought. It depends. It depends, I think. A lot of people have a perception of organized religion or orthodox religion, that asking questions or curiosity is punished. And that's not always true. Because normally, you have people that talk about growing up religious and their kind of gut reaction to pull away from religion is that they're never allowed to question why. Why is this happen? Why does that happen? Why does God do this? Why does God, let children get fucking like bone cancer and shit? But historically, religion, like it really depends on the era. I think that's too broad of a question because you could say that, religion stifled a lot of academic progress in the sense where like Galileo, and a lot of like, the old philosophers, astronomers, like those kinds of people were essentially cast out from the church. Like even people like Homer were considered to be heretics, right? Like even if you read Dante's Inferno, the people that are in the first circle of hell are the people who are intellectualizing life. They're not devoting themselves to God. They're not bad people, but they reject Christ in pursuit of knowledge, and that knowledge is, a false altar. But before that, before we got to like the heretic like crusade period of religion, you saw religion actually really rewarding like curiosity and intellect to like understand, to learn and live and grow in Christ. There was like a really dark period of especially Abrahamic religions where it was really frowned upon for people to be educated, because that meant that they could read and interpret the Bible on their own, and they were no longer relying on members of the church to basically tell them what the Bible said. And after the Reformation, we see a big steer away from that, even in Catholicism and Orthodox Christianity. But I don't necessarily think that they're contradictory in nature, that one, stifles the other. I think it depends on the period, because I think out of, even the most religious societies, we have incredible advancements, both like academically, technologically, whatever it may be, especially in the contemporary age. I don't think that religion, hinders intellectualism by any degree. It's very case by case basis, right? Because I would say that you certainly have people that don't seek answers to questions that they have because God has all the answers and I'm not God, and that's kind of the end of the discussion. But I would say that to cast that broad of a net to say that religion itself is, incongruent with intellectualism is not necessarily true, because you have people that intellectualize faith itself, and that they use faith as a rational tool to explain like the objective reality of the world. Christian rationalists are quite a sight to see. But it certainly happens that people will use like religion as a tool to rationalize the natural world. So, I mean, it really depends on what you're talking about. I don't know if I would throw that blanket statement that, they can't exist together simultaneously, that they're oppositional in nature. I don't necessarily think that's true.
the pursuit of intellectualism died 5 years ago during the Great Big Quarantine, where people, on a grander whole from who I've talked to, kind of were depressed, very sad, and that was understandable. Humans are social creatures, and when confined, we would probably go insane. But genuinely, I think that is where intellectualism died, because from who I ask and who I talk to...
Wait, when did intellectualism die? Sorry, I missed that.
...says that intellect is dead, not dying. And I truly believe the pursuit of intellectualism died 5 years ago during the Great Big Quarantine, where people, on a grander whole from who I've talked to, kind of were depressed, very sad, and that was understandable. Humans are social...
Well, let's be totally real. Who makes the best art? Depressed people. Who has the best philosophical writings? Tortured souls. Who devotes their life to academia? Sad people that are looking for something. Arguably, like, the most inspired people in all of history were fucking dubiously depressed. Like, Van Gogh, Sylvia Plath, who did he bring up? Who is the guy that he brought up? Kafka. Homer, Galileo, all the people that are the best the best at the best as far as intellectualism or philosophy or art. All these people are violently tortured souls. Violently tortured souls. You know what I mean? That's kind of the whole thing. And I don't think that it stifled intellectualism. I think that it created a generation of people that don't know what it's like to be challenged. I think that's the difference. I think that COVID and quarantine forced people into the comfort of their own homes where they didn't face any social repercussions for any of their behavior. And that is a learning experience that an entire generation of people were robbed of, which is, in real life confrontation and criticism, feedback in real time, consequences for things that they say. That was something that was robbed of an entire generation, but I don't necessarily know what that has to do with intellectualism. I guess you could say that it's like social learning, which can be intellectual, but that social consequence, that social equilibrium, tit for tat, is lost on an entire generation because they did not have that experience.
Social creatures, and when confined, we would probably go insane. But genuinely, I think that is where intellectualism died, because from who I ask and who I talk to, that's all we kind of did is stay inside. When at this time and place, this point in time we exist in, we have access to pretty much everything. Most sources here and there are to be distrusted, but you can still garner from them an amount of truth. What I mean is, I've gone on a reading kick, I don't mean to be performative.
And the spines of all of those books have never been touched. What do we have here? The Book Thief, very good book. Lord of the Flies, excellent. I can't see what that one is. The dictionary, of course, gotta have the dictionary. What are these? What are these ones? Morning Star, Golden Sun, Red Rising. I don't know what those ones are. What else do we have in there? The Fahrenheit 451. The Hunger Games books. I can't read a lot of those. I can't read a lot of them. The Bluest Eye. I'm sorry, I can't fucking read. I can't see. It's very small. I don't know what you want me to say. It's small. I can't see it. Anyway. Yeah, the spines on these books are untouched. The only one that looks like it's ever been picked up is The Book Thief. Excellent book. What's the other one? The Thief Lord? Yeah, The Thief Lord's way better. This is a way better book. Way better book. It's very sad that The Book Thief was overshadowed, or the Thief Lord was overshadowed by the other one. This is the better one. Another really good young adult Holocaust fiction is Milkweed by Jerry Spinelli. That's another really good one. Okay, I'm listening.
Them an amount of truth. What I mean is, I've gone on a reading kick. I don't mean to be performative.
Wait, what else do we have? Did we get a closer picture?
But you can still garner from them an amount of truth. What I mean is, I've gone on a reading.
Gothic short stories. The Blue Eye. Fire Punch. Buddhism 101.
Kick. I don't mean to be performative or anything, but I have gone on a reading kick, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made, and I wish I would have done it back then. This video is more of a philosophical discussion. There is no fact to the fact that intellectualism died in 2020. During the beginnings and in statement.
That's not a fact. That's like saying it is a fact that life begins at conception. When life begins is not a scientific question that has a definitive answer. It is a philosophical question that you can answer correctly or incorrectly based on one's framework and understanding of the world. Philosophical questions are not fact. They are not fact-based. Why are we here? What is the purpose of humanity? What happens after we die? What does it mean to be good? These are all philosophical questions that do not have a definitive yes or no answer. These are questions that are subjective in nature and are open-ended and interpreted by the individual. They do not have a yes or no answer. You could say 1945 is when World War II ended. That is a fact. When did the Holocaust end? Well, that's a different question, because what happened to people that were not Jews, that were still criminals in other countries once the camps were liberated? Most notoriously, gay men. Gay men were usually sent to different camps as soon as they were liberated from Nazi death camps or concentration camps. That's a more open-ended question. When did it end? When did slavery end in the United States? Some people say with the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation. Others say on June 19th, when, they finally got to fucking Oklahoma or whatever that slavery was over, right? Like the philosophical questions do not have definitive answers, and that's what makes them philosophical in nature. There is no direct answer to what is a life? What does it mean to be alive? What does it mean to be good? What does it mean to do good? Like these are not fact-based questions.
Statement of the quarantine. That's just my opinion, genuinely. There's no proof of intellectualism dying, being dead, or it all ever existing,
true.
really, if you want to go that far. But genuinely, I just want to have this discussion because I, picking up reading, have discovered that I am much more stupid than I actually thought. That I am actually a lot less
Books will do that.
intellectual than I had thought. I was much more stupid. When people were stuck inside instead of reading, or, I don't know, devoting themselves to a very intellectually based hobby, which I would say, I don't know, it depends on which form of intellect you're going for. What is abject is those words on the page, and what they
Well, yeah, and RB, you were right as well, because like what is prison labor? Technically slavery, depending on how you want to define it. What about slavery in other countries? What about, sex slavery? What about child slavery? Like, what about all these different forms of slavery that we don't really even consider when we talk about quote unquote slavery in the United States? Because we believe that the only slavery that ever existed was the transatlantic slave trade. But obviously, there's a lot more than that. You know what I mean? So, you would say that slavery, technically speaking, has never ended. It depends. It's a subjective question. What do you mean when you say that, right?
do to your brain chemistry, as the people in Book Talk like to put it. Basically, you spend so much time with the text, you're going to develop your own opinion. And if you ask me, developing your own opinion is a sign of intellect. You have to separate yourself from the idea of others, which is
not necessarily, because opinions are like assholes. Everybody has them, as they say. The problem is that even opinions, I don't know if you guys ever grew up with this. I grew up with this. The idea that an opinion can never be wrong. And that's not necessarily true. We know that. In my opinion, the Earth is flat. In my opinion, different races are genetically different, actually. In my opinion, the sky is orange. In my opinion, hot water won't burn you. Like, opinions can be incorrect. And the problem with forming or like denoting intellectualism based on opinion and not pursuit of knowledge is going to be the difference here. Because it is not intellectualism to form an opinion on something that you've consumed or read. Intellectualism is being able to form that opinion and rationalize it. That rational aspect is what people are looking towards. Because you can have an opinion on anything. The rationalization of that, the rationalism, is the part that makes it intellectual, and the pursuit of knowledge and understanding is what makes it intellectual. Because I can watch a movie and be like, that movie was gay. That's my opinion. Am I intellectualizing it? No. If I can explain why I thought the movie was gay, and if I can use rationalism to determine, like, these are the metrics on how people typically determine if a movie is good or bad. They usually look at the character development, the writing, the cinematography, the effects, and how much money it made. Based on this criteria, I can argue that this movie was a good movie and this movie was a bad movie. That's intellectualism. Just having an opinion on something is not by virtue of having that opinion intellectual. It's the rationalization of said opinion. Crimson Ender, thank you for the raid, Mamacita. It is so good to see you. I hope that you are doing well, my friend. I hope that you are doing well. Welcome in, Lil Crims. Welcome in, Lil Crims. Happy to see you guys. Make sure you smash that like button on the video. Even if you're not going to stay, I wish you would. Even if you're not gonna, make sure that you like the video. Okay, you guys, that makes me really happy at Sparks Joy. It's the least that you can do, for getting on my lawn. Okay, you can do that. You can also join the Discord. Discord's free, guys. Lots of fun stuff in there. You can also check out my merch shop because I have lots of really cool merch if you would like it. Right now, we're watching Lewis McClung talk about the death of intellectualism. So lock in. We have our hater hats on.
really, really hard in today's day and age. It's not at all an easy task. Painting could be seen as an intellectual hobby because you're delving into your own understanding of the world and the understanding of actual objects, or the understanding...
I fell into this trap as well. And I hate to do, like, the old man shtick. Like, I really hate to do it. This is truthfully the way that I always... Like, when I was younger, and... I do have higher education. When I was first doing that, I thought that being overly broad was a way to get the correct answer eventually. And what I say when I mean that is if you cast a broad enough net, something is going to fall into that category and you are going to be correct. So like the example that he's using right now, if you cast this net broad enough to say that it is intellectualism is painting pictures because you're constructing something from your own mind. Okay, well, in that case, like wiping my ass is intellectualism because I'm cleaning myself. That's an intellectual thing. I have to exercise. I have to have a conscious sentient thought to do this. Like we're just casting the net so broad that you can include or exclude literally anything that you fucking want. Like there's not a strict enough criteria. And I think that that's something that comes with age, or I shouldn't say age, I should say wisdom, is that you learn rather quickly that the specificity and the granular nature of what you're talking about is what conveys intellect. Because any fucking idiot can, throw out broad generalizations or regurgitate fact or information, but the granular and specific understanding of concepts conveys intellectualism. And when we're just throwing shit at the wall to see, what sticks, that eventually you're going to get something right, and that doesn't count. That doesn't count. You were right by happenstance. You weren't right by intent or knowledge. You were right by luck.
Understanding of philosophical ideas and how to represent them with a paint stroke. Basically anything that takes time. Scrolling on your phone, fun fact, is not an intellectual hobby just because you're consuming
But that takes time.
knowledge. The reason I think intellectualism is now dead. Let me list some tropes, some trends in today's day and age. Performative males. Oh God, AI. Oh my goodness. For Christ's sake, Hassan Piker, his scandal. That was hilarious to me, not for the reasons you might think. Mostly just because people were talking about this instead of the actual literal Holocaust that is happening across the Pacific Ocean, okay? It's
God save me. I'm going to put on the shock collar. Fuck! It is not a decay of intellectual thought for people to be able to care about and have discussions about multiple different things. Ironically, this is a whataboutism. Oh, you have a lot of strong opinions about Hassan's, dog collar? Well, what about the kids in Gaza? And the dog collar is actually a bomb. That is a whataboutism. Okay, that's what that is. I don't know why people do this. It's very frustrating to me. You can care about more than one thing at a time. Obviously, we're all here watching slop content, no? Does that mean that I'm like, yeah, fuck the Syria? No, of course not. This is the death of intellectualism.
wild. And I will talk about it later. Genuinely.
And yes, it would be the Atlantic Ocean if we're talking about Palestine. Technically, the Pacific. I mean, it's a circle. I mean, either direction you go, you'll eventually get there. Technically speaking, he's correct, guys. It doesn't matter which direction you go. If you go far enough in that direction, you will hit Palestine. Eventually, you will get there, okay? Like, if you go to the east, eventually you'll hit it. If you go to the west, eventually you'll hit it. Eventually, you'll get there. He's technically right. He's technically right, okay? He is technically right.
We talk about all these things, but we yet still haven't found a way to uninvent war. And you might be thinking, if you're unintellectual, that you can't uninvent anything. Well, we are uninventing intellect somehow. Did you know that for Gen Alpha, the literacy rate of classic literacy is down for the first time in history? Okay, this is a point I bring up all the time, but it's frightening. Literacy isn't supposed to go down. We're supposed to be able to read better as time goes on. And I'm getting a little angry. Sorry. It just, whose fault is this but our own? Okay? To instate technology.
The fault would be the institutions that we trust to educate our children. And there's a lot of different moving components to this. One of them is that there's a lot more people that are homeschooled now than were previously homeschooled. A lot of these people are going to be evangelicalists. These are going to be people who reject, traditional education. They don't think it's important. They don't think it's necessary. We also have seen like a degradation in the quality of our education in this country. We're not spending as much money on education as we should be spending on education. There's a lot of different reasons for this, of course, but to just say kids dumb doesn't really satiate that, right? It doesn't really answer the question. Why are literacy rates so low? A lot of things. The biggest one is going to be the amount of money that we're willing to put into education and the disparity of money spent depending on the district. So there are districts that are overcrowded and underfunded. The kids are, using history textbooks from like 2000. It's 2025. The like 9/11 isn't even in the fucking textbook. And then you have teachers that are overworked, underpaid, and they're not getting enough funding to provide the tools for these kids to be successful in school. While you have other districts that are, overcompensated, overpaid. There's a lot of different reasons that education is lacking in the United States. But I don't think it's just chalked up to young people are uninspired, unmotivated, and anti-intellectual. I don't think that that's true. I think that a big part of it is just the pure lack of funding in education in this country, and a cultural distrust in institutions that has been boding for a long time, that people do not trust our institutions to do their jobs. People are very skeptical of schools. People are very skeptical of traditional, curriculum and education. There's a lot that goes into it. I don't think it's just that kids are dumb. I don't think that's it. That kids are uninspired. I think that Generation Alpha is actually one of the most, I would say probably the most, what's the word that I'm looking for here? Generation Alpha is, they're an enigma. And I think that it's important to also understand that that young people generally are going to be rebellious by nature. Not saying that like kids are dumb, it's their fault, but like there is like a rejection of the tradition of school. There's a rejection of authority. There's a rejection of you know more than me because you're older than me. There's a rejection of standardized tests, like all of these things. Another really good question is, how are we testing literacy? Are we talking about standardized testing? Are we talking about testing scores in certain counties or states or communities? Are we talking about SAT scores? Are we talking about GRE? Like, what are we talking about? What does that mean? I want a little bit more information here. You know what I mean? I would like a little bit more, because spin the wheel. There's hundreds of different reasons as to why education is lacking in the United States of America and why we are declining rapidly to, our Eastern counterparts in the domain of education. And I don't think it's just because kids are dumb and love Subway Surfers. I think it's a little bit more, involved than that, but that's just me.
The way we do, to literally put it in the hands of children who will learn how to use it better than you, to break through your parental locks, to break through everything. They'll break through everything,
Those
and they'll
bitches
find
can get
everything. They'll
out
see
of
things that they're not
anything.
supposed
True.
to, that will do nothing
True.
but dampen their actual capabilities.
True.
We are literally uninventing intellect. Those are the signs,
Wow.
right, of the
I
fact that
wouldn't go that far,
intellectualism
but-
is probably dead. But I would like to pin it down to three
no.
things that I want to talk about with you
Three
today. Three things that
things,
I
okay.
think contribute the
Three
most to the
things.
intellectual heat death we are experiencing today.
Okay.
One, the
One.
bastardization of facts. Yeah, I'm talking about everybody,
Okay.
not just the right, not just the left, okay?
Okay.
I'm talking about everybody. The bastardization of fact. Trends above
Okay.
intrigue. Basically the pursuit of dopamine. And goddamn fucking AI. Dude, are you kidding me? But before all of that, a word from today's
Okay, so what did we say? We said he said AI, he said technology, and he said one other thing. What was the other thing that he said? Hang on, I'm gonna write this down. This is important. Let's write this down. Let's understand. Let's put on our good noodle hats. Let's put on our good noodle hats
spot.
here.
I'm talking about everybody, though, not just the right, not just the left, okay? I'm talking about everybody. The bastardization of fact. Trends above intrigue. Basically the pursuit of dopamine. And goddamn fucking AI.
Okay, so we have bastardization of fact. So I'm going to say bast of fact. We have dopamine overconsumption and AI. Okay. I think that I just like right off the cuff, I kind of agree with that. We have a furthering divide in really all over the world, but in America specifically. What is fact? There's a lot of there's a schism. What is fact? Are 5G towers really giving us cancer? There's a big distrust in institutions. People don't really trust institutions the way they used to. That's definitely a thing. Dopamine overconsumption, I would completely agree with. We're all turning into little zombies, and may he who is without sin cast the first stone. We are all turning into little zombies glued to our phones. The Wall-E future is not that far away. And then AI, of course, I think is one of those things that does stifle, I would say, intellectualism and curiosity, human ingenuity. Even human creation, because it's like, why would I paint a picture when I can have AI do it for me? Why would I look up this fact or try to learn something when I could just have AI do it for me? And that ties in, to the dopamine overconsumption where, ping, 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 you get an answer immediately for every question that you've ever had. There's no curiosity anymore. So right off the bat, these aren't bad, but let's see where we go with them.
AI, dude, are you kidding me? But before all that, a word from today's sponsor. Imagine this with me. You just woke up after a long night of partying, and you have to go to work, but you didn't plan properly, so now you feel like utter garbage. Don't like that? No, nobody does. Nobody likes that.
Yeah, I remember my.
But of course, I wouldn't be basically. I'm. You still have to get how good this stuff is. But
also, hangover cures don't work. It just don't. Nobody drugged your 14 beatboxes. That was you. Hangover cures don't work. They're all gas station money grabs. They don't work.
Satisfying is the first word that comes to.
What does work is alcoholism, stimulant abuse, eating raw eggs.
Mind when I think about this product. Thank you to ZBiotics for sponsoring this video, and drink responsibly. For the first of my points, we have to talk about the bastardization of facts. And I am a more left-leaning person. Let me get this straight, okay? I'm left. I'm not liberal, okay? I'm not a liberal. You pull up the graph, I'm somewhere around where Bernie Sanders is, and that left, but further left than him, actually. Way further left. I'm not a socialist. America, and most of the people watching this in American politics, their political system exists around here. And that is not the entire political system.
No. If this is the American political system here, so let's think about this. Let's think about this. Who's the farthest left politician that you can think of in mainstream American politics right now? Probably going to say Bernie Sanders, Ilhan Omar, AOC, that guy who's running in New York. I can never pronounce his name right. Those are going to be your lefties, okay? We're thinking, that's what we're thinking about, okay? Those politicians, Bernie Sanders, AOC, Ilhan Omar, those people are they're like here on this square. They're like here. If we're thinking globally, they're like right here. They're like right here. They're globally. If you went to a Scandinavian country, Bernie Sanders would be like a conservative, or at the very least a centrist. That
Okay? I don't have to be liberal. I don't agree with what most of what liberals talk about, okay? It's just not where I lie. A lot of people in my last video accused me of being a centrist, and I came off that way. I'm sorry to disappoint. I'm not. I like voting, though. I do like democracy. You'll never catch me saying that that's wrong. Now that that's out of the way, the bastardization of facts. I find it utterly intoxicating, and in the bad way.
I think that we moved on from that pretty quickly. I feel like we moved on. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Where you want to throw up or hurl, if you will. The idea that racists, homophobes, xenophobes, everybody who just hates to hate, get lumped in with those who have literal facts to back them up. In the way, for instance, let me bring up a topic that a lot of people have interacted with that I think most people will agree with me on, and that's video game culture, but not just any video games, because video games are fine. What I mean is people like Asmongold, who have this strange following that is extremely large, where all he does day in and day out is complain about quote-unquote wokeness in video games, when in reality, it's usually just people. Let me explain.
This is the example that we're going to use for the bastardization of facts. What about that the Secretary of Health thinks that Tylenol causes autism? What about the sitting president of the United States saying that vaccines cause autism? What about the sitting president of the United States saying that cow farts are the sole cause or the primary cause of global warming? what about the fact that the country cannot even agree that what occurred on January 6th was definitionally an insurrection? What about the fact that a big majority of the population is at odds with the idea that the sitting president is, in fact, a convicted felon? What about the fact that the good portion of the American right believes that Obama was born in, like, fucking Syria? Why are we... The schism of thought in this country right now is due to people disagreeing over statements of fact. Video games are too woke is not one of those. The culture war died in 2020. No, 2020. The last election cycle, the culture war was not relevant. They did not need trans athletes to win their talking points. They did not need the wokes and the gays. They didn't need it. Trump already had his cult of personality. The last big push for the culture war was around 2020. That was the really last big hurrah of the culture war. Once they were settled in their cult of personality around Trump, they really didn't need those kinds of talking points to win. They didn't. And the schism of fact of this happened or this didn't happen, this is true or this is not true, is that is where the question of, you know, the bastardization of fact comes from. We had whole ass conversations with people for years about the idea that masks prevent you from getting sick. People thought that you could suffocate wearing a mask. People unironically argued that the mask did nothing. Why does your dentist wear a mask when he's breathing into your fucking mouth? Why do doctors wear masks when they operate on you? Why? Because it stops or slows down significantly the spread of germs. There were people that unironically argued that. Would you rather me sneeze in your fucking face or sneeze into a piece of fabric that sits between your face and mine? This was a real conversation that people were having and continue to have even today. Why are we using this as an example? I agree. The bastardization of fact has led to the death of intellectualism in this country. I completely agree. But this is not the facts that we're thinking of. This is not the facts that are destroying the moral fabric of this country.
I have a video about Asmongold, so maybe I go deeper in that video than this one, but I'm actually more talking about the idea. One of my favorite examples in recent history that actually really, I know I'm bringing up examples that just back up my points, but genuinely one of the best ones that I can think of is Hunter Schafer, an actress who was rumored to maybe be playing the live-action Zelda. And whatever your opinions may be, mine personally is, why do we need more live-action video game movies? Trick question. We don't. Most of them don't add anything new to anywhere at all. They're not. They have no substance, really. But if we're gonna have it, I can't think of a better person to play Zelda. And let's humor these unintellectual people, and
Caste typing is an intellectual discussion of fact. Caste typing for hypothetical movies is a discussion of fact and intellectualism.
for a second, look at it from the point of view that Hunter Schafer is not qualified for this role because she is not a biological woman. Well, hold on, there might be no better place for that to take place than acting. One Piece, Naruto, Goku, the three of the most popular animes from Japanese anime of all time, all three of the main male characters voiced by women, okay? Well, I don't know, I don't think there's a better argument than that. Acting literally...
Because girls do boys' voices in anime, that's why we should cast trans women in movies?
Gender doesn't matter when you're casting somebody most of the time, especially in animation, right? But in this case, there's nobody who
Gender doesn't matter when you're casting. Gender doesn't matter when you're casting a role, a specific role that was written for a specific... The gender doesn't matter. The gender doesn't... I guess Yellow Jackets should have been all boys. Oh wait, they already made that fucking show, or that movie, or that book. It's called Lord of the Flies. The gender...
reality looks more like the video game Zelda. So it literally doesn't matter. You can go all the way back to Shakespeare, which it was based on sexist reasons that there were no women in acting, but they had men play the women characters, okay?
Because there were cross-dressers in Shakespearean times, that means that trans women can play the role of, I guess, I don't even know if you could say Zelda's a video game, the biological video game character. Do you know who else wasn't allowed to be in plays and shit? There's definitely another group of people that weren't allowed to do that. And we certainly wouldn't allow for us to race swap certain characters now, would we? If we're doing like a biopic on Martin Luther King Jr., I don't think that a white guy should play that role. Methinks. Justin Trudeau, guess what, buddy? I have great news for you.
It's been that way in acting forever. There is literally no facts to back up the case that Hunter Schafer should not play Zelda. It is literally...
It's not a factual question. It's a question of opinion and subjectivity. Facts are objective. Facts are things that are supposed to be not contested. The fact is, I have this vape. If I let go of it, it's going to fall. That's a fact. It is a fact that if I snap my fingers, it will make a sound. Those are things that are not contested. I think that Jenna Ortega is a shit actress. That's not an objective measure. That's a subjective opinion that cannot be substantiated by fact. I'm fine.
Just you cosplaying your racist and sexist rhetoric as facts when there's no fact, there's no substance.
Why is it racist now? Is Princess Zelda a person of color and I didn't even know? Fuck.
To be intellectual. Well, hold on, liberals and centrists, you're not getting off scot-free either. I genuinely find it just as disgusting with the perversion of, rhetoric, discussing rhetoric to make it seem like facts. Just, wear it on your sleeve. We're all gonna hate you anyways. Because though I do apply a lot of this to those who consider their disgusting rhetoric as fact, I also apply it to those who find themselves righteous enough to apply their opinion as fact. Cancel culture comes to mind, and it's kind of a joke nowadays. I would say that cancel culture started off on a pretty good foot, if you ask me. It started out with trying to bring to light the fact that a lot of the famous people you know and care to support were actually either child groomers or, I don't know.
The phrase that we're looking for is the Me Too movement. Me Too is not cancel culture. Cancel culture specifically is trying to get people to divest from mostly people online, or have them, fired, humiliated, stalked, and harassed because of something that they said or did. What he's describing is Me Too, and Me Too is not cancel culture. Me Too was a... We've talked about this so endlessly, but Me Too was born out of necessity, that women in Hollywood were being abused, and they couldn't go to the producers because it was the producers who were abusing them. They couldn't go to the executives because the executive is best friends with the producer. They couldn't go to HR because HR is going to protect the producer and the investors and all these other people. And they couldn't go to the police because there's again, sexual assault, sexual harassment. These are historically the hardest crimes to convict for because of lack of physical evidence. So where did they go? They went to the media to let people know what was going on. It was essentially a whistleblower situation, to try to get some kind of public accountability for this behavior if there was going to be no legal repercussions or no institutional repercussions for people that worked within the industry. That's not cancel culture. Cancel culture is colloquially defined as canceling somebody or getting somebody in trouble publicly for their opinions or actions. So I would say the clearest example of cancel culture that I can think of, and feel however you want about it. I don't care. We're not here to debate that. The biggest example of cancel culture that I can think of was like that 14 or 15-year-old white girl that got pulled on stage at a Kendrick Lamar concert, and she sang the word. She said the forbidden word. She said the no word. Okay. Lynched, drugged through the town square. I also think of There was a girl that got a job. I think it was at like Vanity Magazine or something like that. I think she was like 23 or 24. And once she got that job, somebody found a tweet from like when she was 12 years old of her saying something like problematic, and she got fucking fired for that. That's cancel culture. That's cancel culture. Public accountability for people who are doing criminal and illegal and immoral things that are not being held like to account. That is different than cancel culture. Cancel culture is usually described as an online lynch mob, which is ironically what Lewis did to Danky Jabot. But either way.
Crime syndicate lord. It used to be a real movement, and then the pendulum swung all the way to the other side. Instead of trying to defend women from being taken advantage of by those with supreme personalities, instead it's now anybody messes up a little bit, or even maybe is messing up a little bit, Hassan Piker, then maybe we should focus all on that right now instead of the actual problems in the world. I was minding my own business.
Can we not apply this to the Me Too movement? Why do you guys care about some actress getting like raped in Hollywood? The Gulf War's going on. Can we not make this argument about literally anything? Why do you care about what's going on in Palestine when the violent oppression of the Congo is still going on after all these years? Why do you care about what's going on in the Congo when you have little to no opinion on the Darfur genocide? Very interesting. Like, we could endlessly litigate this into like, well, why don't you care about this? Why don't you care about this? Like, this is more important. People are able to care about more than one thing. And if this, and again, this is, I think, a problem, part of COVID, and of course, internet culture, is that we are so obsessed with global happenings that sometimes we lose the forest through the trees, because you guys and me as well are acutely aware of like every horrible thing that's going on right now. I know what's going on in Sudan. I know what's going on in Darfur. I know what was going on in Bosnia. I know what's going on in Israel and Palestine. I know what's going on in the US with politics. I know what's going on in Russia and Ukraine. I know what's going on, with all these different, not even controversies, but like horrific things that are going on around the world. I'm acutely aware of them at all times. Because of that, we are naturally seeking less intense things to occupy our minds. And that's normal. That's what gladiator fights were, ironically. Let them eat cake. That's where all of this comes from, right? Is that there is a healthy level of distraction from the current events that are horrific and would kill someone. If they could, if you just sat and only focused on all of this shit, you would go insane. You need like another outlet. You need like something else to talk about or something else to focus on. Just because, we talk about like the gossipy drama that is Collargate or the gossipy drama that is Mitskiff, that does not mean that these other things don't matter. Why are we talking about, the Mitskiff allegations when there are people that are getting killed right now in Ukraine? Why are we doing that? That's crazy. That's crazy. There's still severity to these things that need to be talked about and evaluated, right? Like the idea that there is, and we're not doing Collargate. There is an embargo on Collargate. If you want to talk about Collargate, go somewhere else. We are not talking about Collargate, but the hypothetical or whatever you believe, I don't care. The allegations of animal abuse by somebody who is a, popular media figure, that's something that people want to talk about and want to be in the know about. That's normal. That's normal. Yes. You want to know if the celebrity that you like is abusing their animals. Yes. That's something that people want to talk about. The same way that I would want to know if somebody in my real life was like an axe murderer. That does not diminish the suffering of the Palestinians at all. So no, we can care about more than one thing at a time. And there's severity to all these things, obviously, but to pretend that there is one thing and one thing only that should always be on your mind is actually fucking insane. Is actually fucking insane. Actually insane. But yes, we are 86ing Collargate. We are 86ing Collargate. Okay? No more. No, I don't care. Go somewhere else.
Business. When I saw famous performative male Hassan Piker pop up on my TikTok feed or whatever, again, I'm not immune to the addiction we all have to dopamine. I am trying to break free from it, but still, I came across Hassan Piker's drama, if you will, in the clip of him at his desk, right? And then Nala, I think is her name, came down from her seat and he said something, reached over to the side maybe a little bit, maybe to support himself, maybe to press a button. It was proven that it was to press a button, but hear me out. And then everybody in that one instance, because she yelped and got back on her bed, thought, oh, he's abusing his animal. What are you talking about? Like, I don't even, my reaction to that was there was little proof. And then I do what I do, where I decided
Also, I apologize. My mistake. Biolonic, thank you for the 199. I'm happy that you're here. We were all talking negatively of you. And DeBoss for the 5. Moral of the story, get off social media and get a hobby. I suggest metal cars. Get creative. Completely agree. Everybody witness. Make sure to touch grass, you guys. Everybody witness. We're not doing Doggate, guys.
To just look at every single piece of TikTokification of information that we can get from this until the next day Hassan responded. And of course, it was nothing like everybody was screaming and raving about when they should have been focusing on something else. Instead, he said, I have a vibrating collar. Okay, great. I'm glad we spent...
He didn't want to... Never mind. Vibrating dog collar. Sounds kind of hot.
I think it was 2 days talking about this, when, in the end, let's say, theoretically, there was a shot caller. There are bigger issues, okay? Yeah, he's a big creator, and yeah, that would be a strange thing.
Yeah, dude, who gives a fuck that these bad things, or people that perceive are bad things, are happening? There's way bigger fish to fry. And the sad reality is, guys, there's always going to be something worse. There's always going to be something worse. There's always going to be something worse, okay? You think Israel and Palestine is bad? Check out this shit. You think Russia and Ukraine is bad? Check out this shit. You know, you think that this is it's the same thing where people want to be the best at something. There's always going to be somebody that's better than you at something. You will never be the best. There's plenty of different things. Plenty of different things to care about for different reasons. Why are we concerned about, you know, veganism when people are getting, you know, blown up in the Congo? Like, it's just so stupid.
Thing that we should sit him down and talk with him about, all right? As I'm not part of his audience, but let's say I am. As part of his audience, we would have to sit down and be like, hey, you can't do that. Instead of shutting down the whole internet to talk about it. I didn't understand it at all. Hurting animals for no reason is wrong, but there was no proof he was doing that. Not even an inkling of proof he was doing that. An assumption that everybody latched onto. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. But it was still so all over the place. You all got it wrong, okay? You got it wrong, and you jumped on a guy who, you know, he's done some wrong stuff, let's be honest. What internet creator hasn't? I don't know, there's a few, but still, everybody has their scandals, right? I don't know. I think that I see every creator nowadays gets hate for something they said at some point. But
yeah, because I do not fucking care about your guys' opinion on Hassan's fucking dog. Most of you guys live in, like, a cellar. Like, you guys live under the stairs of that fucking Harry Potter house, okay? Most of you guys have literally never even touched a dog in real life. I don't care. I don't care about anybody's opinion on the dog shit. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a flying fuck. I don't care about your guys' opinion about the dog. I don't care about the collar. I don't care. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Everybody has their own opinion. Everybody has their own fucking opinion. You guys can think whatever you want. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to change your opinion. You're not going to change mine. Let's just not talk about it. Let's just don't say that we did. Let's just don't say that we did, okay? Let's just don't say that we did. We're not talking about the dog collar. There is an embargo on the dog collar conversation. There's an embargo in the Discord. There's an embargo in Stream Chat. I don't care, okay? I don't care, okay? And if you want to say that I don't care about animal abuse because I don't want to give my opinion on the fucking Collargate scandal, I don't care. I don't care, okay? No more. No more.
But genuinely, I think that this, for me, shows exactly why cancel culture is looked on by all those on the outside like some kind of joke. I hate to get a little heavy right now, here and now, but I've, looked at some news headlines recently, and there was a break-in ceasefire in Gaza like 2 days ago. And we're talking about Hassan Piker. That's my whole thing, all right?
What does that say reflexively about the circles that you run in? What does that say reflexively about the circles that you run in? That you were more in tune with Collargate than you were about breaking international news. Believe it or not, your algorithm is reflective of the kind of content that you engage with. If you are someone who consumes news regularly, you would have seen that like the second that it fucking happened. What you think, you become.
We as humans have a moral responsibility, pay attention and do what we can instead of worrying about, I mean, the memes were funny, I'm using it in the thumbnail, but like, it's really not that big of a deal, even if he was doing something that bad, okay?
Yeah, dude, who gives a fuck about like the local murder in your town? There's like 1,000 murders that just happened. Yes, there's an embargo. Absolutely, very true. Thank you for the 2. Awa, everybody witness, guys. Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's very silly. It's very silly. Like, you know, you're, again, what you become, you think, right? What you become, you think. You create your own reality, okay? You create your own reality. So I think that realistically, the truth of the matter is this is a result of our poor media consumption habits, not the other way around. Not the other way down. Not the other way around.
It's not as bad as the things we literally have to worry about right now, especially in America, dude. Are you kidding me? This ties into the dopamine fix, obviously, this whole Hassan Piker thing, bastardization facts, blah, blah, blah. It ties into the dopamine fixes. Because what it does is it makes you docile. It makes you pay attention to these kinds of scandals and information that pours into your brain of all these opinions from other people shaping your brain over time, and it gives you this shock of the buzzword chemical of dopamine. Dopamine is the sugar to serotonin's caffeine, right? So basically it puts you up on that high, and then you fall down, right? You know, but if you're just scrolling, it's constantly
That's also not how that works because unless you're doing drugs, but what happens is it's your very basic reward system, and biologically evolved over thousands of years. Okay, you used to get dopamine spikes when you saw a patch of berries. Okay, and then you got a dopamine spike later, in the centuries when you saw a fair maiden. Okay, like this is your natural kind of reward for certain things. Okay, so dopamine spikes usually occur when you're doing something rewarding, and so the big thing here is going to be when you think about the happiest moments of your life. These are big dopamine dumps. This is a naturally occurring chemical in your brain. You don't really get dopamine crashes. However, you are looking for that next hit of dopamine. Whatever that may be. And it used to be, people have, there's a lot of research on this, how instant gratification and delayed gratifications are ways to rewire your brain to better train your dopamine receptors to ping at appropriate times. Because we all live in this culture of instant gratification. If I Google something and it takes more than 10 seconds to load, I get fucking pissed. I'm like, why is this taking more than 10 seconds to load, right? Historically, dopamine spikes were things that were not for you were getting 30 of them a day. That's not how our brains used to work, but they do now because we have a constant drip feed of things that spike our serotonin and our dopamine levels, likes on Instagram, likes on Twitter, lots of views on YouTube, things like that. This is a constant reward system. The only time that you will experience a dopamine crash out, I guess is the way to describe it, is if you're abusing stimulants or you're taking Molly or ecstasy, because that dumps all of your dopamine. Your naturally occurring dopamine will replenish naturally. You're not going to get a dopamine crash because you saw 20 fucking YouTube videos in a row that you really liked. The problem is the reward system, where you're used to a certain pacing of reward, right? Where you're used to hitting that spike X amount of times in a session on TikTok. And then so in other parts of life, when you are not getting these dopamine spikes in the same quick succession that you would if you're scrolling on your phone, you're frustrated. And it feels not good. You're bored. You're not engaged. It's because you're not getting the same consistency and the same pacing of the dopamine spikes because it's not as much of a quote unquote rewarding activity. It's because everybody's melting their fucking brains.
Held at this high, and then you get off the phone or the computer or whatever, and you crash and you go back down when you were so used to being up high. While serotonin is the one you get from books or a hard day's.
It's not a crash. It's that we have prolonged the amount of dopamine that we're supposed to get a certain day. You're not supposed to be getting these pings multiple times a day. We're kind of wearing it out. It's not a crash. It's just that we have learned that we are expecting high amounts of dopamine pings in a certain time frame. And when that isn't reflective in other activities, we are this is gay. I don't want to do this anymore. That's what it is. It's not a crash.
Worked, You're not going to catch me out here saying that, we should increase how much people have to work because I'm not insane, but genuinely, a good hard day's work does create a happiness inside of people. It does. It really does. But I feel like I have to pry my hands away from this godforsaken device every single morning. It's there to distract. That's all these things are designed to do. They're designed to monetize your engagement and attention and to cause all of us to turn against one another. When the true villains get to hide their faces while we all...
There's no white power or black power. There's only working class power. Workers of the world, unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains.
All bicker and argue. This is not a new thing. I'm not saying anything new here, but I think the more people say, the more it'll hopefully drive into people's heads, okay? Intellectualism is the idea of wanting to know. Not to believe, to know. Not to let other people tell you to know. My last point was AI. There is no justification for it anymore. It's being used, Sora 2 is being used to create child porn. Shut it down. Shut it down. There's no further worse we should allow it to get, because I don't know, and I don't want to know, what could be worse that it could do. Besides convict people of crimes they never did, okay? That's it. I don't care. We can do everything else ourselves. Sure, it's faster, it's efficient, it tells us all
I don't really know, like, if that is like an argument in service to anti-intellectualism, though. Like, I agree, AI is bad, sure. Um, can AI be useful? It can. Um, like if you have like a list of things that you need like alphabetized or something, you can, like throw it in an AI generator and it'll do that. Or like doing AI to like spell check or something like that. There's like I would say like neutral uses of AI for sure. But I think that the problem is that this doesn't tie into the idea of intellectualism, because if you want to attack the idea of AI and its contribution to anti-intellectualism, this wouldn't be the argument that you would use. It wouldn't be that like because this thing is bad, therefore it's anti-intellectual. You would make the argument that it stifles people's ability to think for themselves. Because instead of like sitting down and reading a book yourself, you chat GPT the summary, or if you are interested in learning something, instead of seeking out that knowledge yourself organically, you ask ChatGPT to summarize all of the sources and then summarize those sources and then give you a TLDR, right? Like that would be the criticism of artificial intelligence in the sense of like intellectualism, because I think that generally speaking, there are some things that AI like isn't necessarily it's not necessarily wrong to use for like alphabetizing things. If you I don't know if you guys know this. If you take a picture of like, say that you have like 400 DVDs and you need them alphabetized for some reason, I don't know. If you take a picture of those DVDs and run it through ChatGPT, it'll give you an alphabetized list. Something like that. Or again, like spell check, that was another thing. Another thing that AI is really useful for is like finding like shit in your area that is like actually like available. So for example, like if you need like a PCP or something, a lot of times places will say that they're accepting new patients, but they're not. You can actually run that shit through AI and it will tell you which ones are actually accepting new patients based on user reviews, like things like that. I think that that's like a pretty neutral use of like AI, right? Like, but if you're using AI to like write a paper for you, if you're using AI to like create a thought for you, create a piece of art for you, if you're using AI to generate like, simulated porn of real people, like these are things where I'm like, okay, all right, you kind of lost me. But the attack here would be more so that AI is hindering people's ability to think, and it kind of neuters people's ability to critically engage with things, and they look to other things to like synopsize it for them. Even in the context of using ChatGPT or AI for spell check, that could also be like an example of anti-intellectualism, because what do you mean you don't know where the Oxford comma goes? You should know that, right? Like you should know how to structure a sentence with proper grammar and syntax, or spell check even. I have dyslexia, so I get the pass. But like saying, oh, well, this is like really handicapped people's ability to spell words because they don't give a fuck if they spell it wrong. If they spell it close enough, well, then AI will correct it for them. Because believe it or not, your spell check is AI. So like things like that, I think you could make arguments for hindering intellectualism or contributing to the death of intellectualism, if that's the phrase that you want to use. But I don't think that just saying that, AI is used to generate immoral things is in service to the argument that it's anti-intellectualism, right?
All these things sometimes that are sometimes true, okay? But genuinely, it's done. We're done. We need to stop. We need to shut. I don't care. All right. We have these beautiful brains that we can use to absorb information and turn it into art, to turn it into action, to turn it into movement. And instead, people are like, it's fine because it's making things faster.
Well, and the argument is that, and this is actually a Marxist concept, is the idea that if you automate away certain labor, it frees up everybody else to like do more productive tasks, right? Like if you can automate paperwork, for example, well, then you can be more productive at work. If you can automate, drafting these emails, you actually get to spend more time like, with people at work. Like if you're a lawyer, if you automate away certain parts of your job, you're actually free to be more productive at your job by doing what you can actually do. And then the lesser tasks that are just kind of like time consuming drags or whatever, that those being automated out free you up for more productivity at work. The Marxist analysis of this is that automation actually allows for humans to be more free and do more like things that they like doing, basically. Like the idea of like what is it? It's like a 4-day work week, because and the last day is automated or something like that, right? Where you use artificial intelligence to supplement things that human beings could spend their time doing better. That's like the idea of AI. But the problem is that AI is intrinsically tied to capitalism, and because it's cheaper to have a robot do it, it forces people out of work. If it was the case that every single person whose job got replaced by AI was then paid out for the rest of their life and they didn't have to work anymore, then that would be a great use of AI, because we're giving people the freedom to do what they want, and we're outsourcing all these tasks to AI that human beings don't even really need to do. There's like no reason for us to do them. That would be like the argument for it, I would say. But even then, you can definitely make the argument that in and of itself, automating certain tasks is anti-intellectual, because at one point or another, those tasks being done by humans, one, provided like authenticity, or what people that are critical of AI would call like the quote unquote human touch. But also, that there is productive value in being able to do certain things, like being able to draft an email, like being able to alphabetize things, like being able to use proper grammar and syntax. It's like the idealized version of AI, I think is super fucking awesome. But I don't think that it will be used correctly, because it has capitalistic undertones where we're wanting to have cheaper work, and the people that get fucked and lose their jobs to AI, they're not paid out. They're just fucked. They're high and dry. They got replaced by a robot and there's nothing they can do about it. They're fucked. Or, you have people whose jobs, they're basically automated so they can do different work, not so they can do less work. It's just different work that's quote unquote more productive, or something that a robot can't do. And I think that's the scary part of AI, is that the AI is supplementing things that like AI was never designed to supplement. Like some people use AI as like therapy. AI was never designed to do that. AI being used as like a girlfriend. AI was never designed to do that. AI being, like people will use AI to supplement real things that only humans can do. And that is the problem. That's the scary part of it, right? Because I think it'd be super fucking cool if it was, we could automate out fast food jobs, and we could get all those people into higher education, and they could do something they actually wanted to do, make a living, and be more productive in the workforce. That's awesome. Why do we have to have people working at 7-Eleven when we can educate our workforce, and we can have people like actually do a job that they want? I don't think that anybody is like super fucking stoked to work the 3 a.m. shift at 7-Eleven. I don't think anybody's really excited about that. That would be like a productive use of AI, but that isn't the way that it's used. So that is my issue with AI. Obviously, there's environmental impacts and all this other shit, of course, but like on a fundamental level of like what AI is supposed to do, the scary part is one, that we're having AI do things that AI was never intended to do and shouldn't do, because it's something that is like unique to human beings, and it's also used as a way to like save people money instead of like freeing people up to be more productive, either at work or just in general life. So that's okay, Miss Jasmine. Thank you for the $2 dues. Very kind of you. Everybody witness, please. Anyway, let's continue.
Shouldn't be that fast. It's unnatural. It's not, and I hate to sound like some strange guy. We should really absorb nature and go do shrooms or something. That's all I'm saying, okay? What I'm saying is
I think that shrooms would help Lewis quite a bit. This is my hippy-dippy take. I think that everybody should experience ego death once. That's my hippy-dippy thought. That's my hippy-dippy take of the day. Everybody should experience ego death once in their life. That's my hot hippie take of the day.
genuinely that it's gone too far, all right? We don't need it. It's too bad. It's gone too far, all right? But AI kills intellectualism in the way that it obviously does. It takes the place of thought, okay?
Well, it's not obvious, and that's kind of part of the problem, right? Is it's not obvious, it has to be explored, because everything that I just said.
Basically employing, without payment, a algorithm to think for us. And what else could kill intellectualism?
Ego death is when you do so much psychedelics, you lose your sense of self and you basically rebuild it while you're zoinked. It's a very healing process. It really helps shape who you are as a person, I think. Thank you, Rose Weaver, for the 8 consecutive months of Mamacita membership. I don't think Lewis would survive ego death. Very true, everybody. His brain would be melted forever. No, I think that psychedelics are really good for self-exploration. Specifically organic psychedelics. I'm not talking about like LSD. Ayahuasca, DMT, mushrooms, things like that are really good for self-reflection and introspection. I think that everybody should experience ego death once. I think that everybody should experience ego death one time. Powerful. I'm hiding your comment, Kaylee, but 3.5 grams is anything more than 3.5 is traditionally a heroic dose. But you also have to take into consideration what kind of mushrooms. There's a lot of different kind of mushrooms, and also taking into consideration how old they are, because they do lose their potency over time.
Than literally replacing your thoughts. I can't think of a better thing to really hone that in. I can't think of it. I literally just don't care all of the things people say about AI. I don't work in the medical field, and it's just my opinion that, like, I don't know, and it also really in the end doesn't matter to me because we need to figure these things out and take the time to test them.
Wait, why are we talking about the medical field? What just happened? I experienced ego death during my first ketamine session. Quite an interesting to relearn my own name. Ketamine, K-holes are a little bit different. Thank you, Rosie, for the $4.99. K-holes are a little bit different because ketamine is a dissociative. So something that would be similar to that would be like salvia. If you're thinking about ego death, the way that it is colloquially used, and even like when they're talking about like psilocybin therapy and shit like that, ego death specifically is done with psychedelics, because psychedelics are neuroactivators, and they're very regenerative in the brain. They actually rewire your neurosynapses and shit like that. They're very, very, very good for like reconnecting and rewiring your brain in a productive way, even if you're not like tripping nuts. That's why microdosing mushrooms is also really effective at treating things like depression. K-holing is a little bit different because it's a dissociative. The psychedelic ego death specifically is like an introspective process. It's not necessarily a relearning. It's more of like a rewiring. It's pretty difficult to describe, but like K-holing is literally you just are like too fucking high to know what's going on. It's a dissociative. It's a sedative. They use it to put horses to sleep for surgery. So it would kind of be like having ego death from like morphine. Like you're probably like fucking zonked. You have no idea where you are, who's talking. It sounds like you're underwater. You don't know what the fuck is going on. You forget, you know, different parts of who you are or whatever. Like one of my friends, fun thing here. Never do this, by the way. Never do this, okay? Also, don't do drugs. Drugs are bad, okay? So I'm telling you this is a warning. One of my friends, the very first time that she did Molly, a typical dose for Molly is 0.01 grams. That's called a point. So 1 gram is 10 points. That's 10 doses. My friend, the first time that she did Molly, she took a whole gram, and it was like she forgot who she was, didn't know where she was, couldn't think, couldn't talk, couldn't move, anything like that. That is a different experience than like psychedelic ego death, because psychedelic ego death is like an introspective kind of like self learning journey. Other kinds of dissociative ego death is just like you're too high. It's like blacking out. It'd be like calling blacking out ego death, the way that it's colloquially used. Yeah. So, fun fact. Fun fact. Yeah, don't do drugs. Trust me. Don't do it.
What else could kill intellectualism than literally replacing your thoughts? I can't think of a better thing.
The other thing, I'll tell you one more fun drug story. Lesson to not take shit from people that you don't know, okay? Never take shit from people if you don't know them. And even if you know them, make sure you know what they're giving you. We were at a show, I think it was last year. It was either last year or the year before. And we weren't camping with our friends. We wanted to camp by ourselves. And one of them texted me at like noon and was like, "Do you have Narcan?" And I was like, "Yeah, why?" And then I didn't get a text back. And I was like, "Okay, well, let's go see what it's like, 15-minute walk, get over there." Even if I did have Narcan, it'd be way too late. Anyway, we get over there and I'm like, "What the fuck is going on? Like, what do you guys need Narcan for? Like, what are you guys doing?" And they were like, there was this guy that was walking around, just randomly walking around and offering people lines of booger sugar. Just randomly offering lines. I was like, okay, that's okay. Who did it? Which one of you dumb fucks did it? Somebody said, yes, I'll do it. I'll take the free drugs. People give away drugs for free. Yeah, I'll do it. Rips a fat line. It wasn't Coke. It was ketamine. And so he goes, "Oh, fuck." And then just falls over, and he's in a K-hole. He can't move, he can't talk, he can't get up. So they thought that he was overdosing. They didn't know what was going on. They were freaking the fuck out. He was probably freaking the fuck out too. But it, like, always test your shit. If you're gonna do it, don't do it. Drugs are bad. Never do drugs. Also, don't take shit from random fucking people. Don't do that. Don't do that. Idiots. Every single one of them. I was like, fuck you guys. You deserve each other. You guys are dumb as fuck. You all deserved this. You all deserved this scare. You deserved it.
Okay, we're basically employing, without payment, an algorithm to think for us. And what else could kill intellectualism than literally replacing your thoughts? I can't think of a better thing to really hone that in. I can't think of it. I literally just don't care all of the things people say about AI. I don't work in the medical field, and it's just my opinion that, like, I don't know, and it also really in the end doesn't matter to me because we need to figure these things out and take the time to test them. Practically, and humanely, not with AI, in my opinion. I don't care how easy it is
Test out what? I'm so sorry. I'm trying. I'm really trying.
for us. And what else could kill intellectualism than literally replacing your thoughts? I can't think of a better thing to really hone that in. I can't think of it. I literally just don't care all of the things people say about AI. I don't work in the medical field, and it's just my opinion that, like, I don't know, and it also really in the end doesn't matter to me because we need to figure these things out and take the time to test them practically and humanely, not with AI, in my opinion. I don't care how easy it is to employ.
What does that mean? What does he mean? What does he mean, guys? What is the AI testing in the medical field? What is he talking about? Like, AI, the big industries that AI is taking over is like construction, driving, and service work. What is is he talking about like the robots? Like the AI assisted surgeries where the robots help? Is that what he's talking about? I think that if you could, like, I think that AI in healthcare is actually, like, in surgery specifically, like, it's way safer than, like, human surgery because human error is actually what contributes a lot to, like, deaths with surgery and shit like that. Like, cancer screening, I think I read an article on this a few years ago as well, where they have, like, a software where they take CAT scans and, like, MRI scans and shit like that, and they feed it through AI, and the AI can detect cancer better, like, with almost 100% accuracy, versus the people that, like, would normally read the test results. Like, shit like that. Like, that's awesome. That's good. That's a good use of AI. If you can take a blood sample and run it through, like, an AI software, and it can literally predict with scary accuracy if you have, like, cancer cells in your blood, that's cool. That's awesome. Or, like, if you can have robots do surgeries and shit like that, that are precise and done exactly the same every single time, it reduces, like, the risk of complications, death, like, shit like that. That's actually cool. That's actually, like, super fucking awesome. No, and I think that realistically, like, if you can do that and it improves the accuracy and the outcome for patients, why would you not? Like, if they say, hey, Dr. Jones can do your surgery, there's, you know, an 80% success rate, or this robot can do your surgery and it'll be a 98% success rate, I would pick the robot easy. Like, human error is actually what causes a lot of issues in the medical field is human error. Mislabeling lab results, misreading tests, you know, small fuck-ups in surgery, shit like that. When I got surgery, I almost fucking died because they forgot to put enough stitches. Which is insane. Which is insane. I was like, I don't think that I should be bleeding this much. And they were like, you're fine. And like an hour later, they were like, holy fuck. And I was like, you guys were just gonna let me die. And they were like, oh, we forgot a stitch. I was like, you forgot a stitch. You forgot a stitch. What do you mean you forgot a stitch? You forgot? You forgot? You forgot to close the wound? You conveniently forgot? Oh. Got it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that there are actually very benevolent uses of AI, and I would say that that's one of those things. If you can have a robot do something with undue accuracy that will save people's lives, why would you not? That sounds awesome. That sounds super cool.
Boy, I don't care. Like, there's some idiot online, I don't remember who it is, said that AI is great because it helps people not born with talent. People aren't born with talent. They're born husks of the future person they will be because they have to.
Some people are born with talent. Those are called savants. They're very rare, very few and far between. But to pretend that there is no such thing as a savant, is, you know. Yeah, dude, they literally forgot. That's literally what they told me. They were like, oh, we forgot. I was like, what the fuck do you mean you forgot? What the fuck are you talking about? You forgot. And no shit, I got out of surgery, and I was convinced I was gonna die because I was like, I don't think that I should be bleed. Like, this isn't normal. And they were like, you just got surgery. You're gonna bleed. It's okay. And I was like, this isn't normal. Like, this is not normal. Like, something is wrong. And I was like, nobody's listening to me. Like, nobody fucking believes me. Like, why is nobody? I literally sent Snapchats of me crying to everybody in my family because I was like, I think I'm gonna die. I love you guys so much. I really don't want to. I was convinced that I was gonna die. And then after like an hour, they were like, holy fuck, you're like really bleeding. And I was like, yes, bitch. That's what I've been trying to fucking say. And so I had emergency surgery the same fucking day. And they were like, oh yeah, we just forgot a stitch. And then my insurance was like, we can't pay for this. And I was like, the fuck you mean you can't pay? It wasn't my fault. I didn't forget the stitch. It wasn't me. What do you mean I have to pay for it? What are you talking about? This is their fault, not mine. It was crazy.
Form themselves, okay? It's not, or formed by other people as well, obviously, but you're not born with talent, okay? No artist was birthed with a pen in their hand who could just, oh, there's the best poem ever made. There it is. That's it. No, nobody, because it's not how it works. We have to.
Wolfgang. What's his name? Wolfgang Amadeus, whatever the fuck. There are certainly savants out there. Come on now.
Put in time to do things, and when we do, it's usually the best. That's where the best things come from. How unintellectual do you have to be to think people are born with talent? God, sorry. We are born an imprintable husk, ready to be filled with facts and time. And you are all out here trying to absolve this monstrosity of sin, so we can take away.
I mean, even this is not a statement of fact, but more a question of opinion. Nature versus nurture. That's a continual conversation. Can you really, escape your epigenetic predestinations in life? Or is how you were raised completely determined by, your environment and what you interact with? This is still a question that a lot of people have, because you can have identical twins that are adopted to different families. They have the exact same, genetics for all intents and purposes, and they grow up completely different. And then in other instances, you have people that are genetic twins and they're separated at birth and they grow up exactly the same. This is an age old. This is a question that people have been trying to answer since the dawn of time: nature or nurture. This is a terribly old question. It's as old as it's as old as why are we here? What is the purpose of humanity? Nature versus nurture has been around for just as long, and you're obviously predetermined to do a lot of different things depending on like your genealogy and shit like that. Like if you come from a family of alcoholics, you're more likely to become an alcoholic. Obviously, if you never drink alcohol or consume alcohol, then you're probably not just gonna like compulsively start grabbing and slamming beers. But you know what I mean? Like obviously the way that you interact with your environment is going to affect that. However, yeah, you're predisposed to a lot of different things. You're predisposed to certain medical conditions. You're predisposed to certain aptitudes. You're predisposed to certain personality traits, personality disorders. Yeah. Hello?
People's ability to work for something and create. Humans need purpose, not to be slaves to labor and this.
What is the purpose of humanity, Lewis? Why are humans here? What is the purpose of life? What is the meaning of life? Please enlighten us.
That is not in question, but purpose. Why are we all so stupid? Well, simply because we all let ourselves become this way. I hate to blame the victim. I really do. We are victim to nothing but our own negligence, which is inherently evil. I don't believe in the Bible, but the sin of sloth is, it's a thing. If you do not subject yourself to facts and growth, then
It's not even the sin of sloth. You would say it's idolatry, that you're worshiping a false god. You would say it's idolatry. It's not sloth. And I mean, part of the problem is like people are set up to fail. That's part of the problem. And it becomes a vicious cycle because you don't see these issues in Mennonite communities. Why? Well, it's because you have people who have kids. There's no more single income houses. Those are gone. Kiss them goodbye. They don't exist anymore. You have dual income households with children. Daycare is expensive. Babysitting is expensive. You have to work. When your kid is not in school, what do you do with them? Stick them in front of an iPad. You don't have the time or the patience after working your 9 to 5. Your kid freaks the fuck out. What do you do? Shove a phone in their hand. It's a vicious cycle, and there's not necessarily one person to blame, and there's not necessarily one thing to blame either. It is a direct result of a culmination of factors, including our culture, our society, our economic structure right now, where we are, environmental. Like, there's so many different things that go into it. I think it's ridiculous to pretend to say that like this is an inescapable reality, and that it's people's fault for not challenging this more. If you grow up a certain way and you were instilled certain things in your life and you're used to certain things, that is incredibly difficult to change. And it's a very big ask for somebody to change their entire lifestyle. For example, if I asked every single one of you guys to go live with the Shaolin monks for the rest of your life and never speak again, what would you say? You'd be like, fuck no, dude. Would that improve your quality of life? Probably pretty significantly. If I told you to give up all of your earthly possessions, and go on a path of enlightenment and introspection and self-discovery, would that improve your quality of life and your happiness overall? Net speaking? Yes, 100%. Would you do it? Fuck no. That's a huge ask. That's a huge ask. You can't blame people for being victims of their circumstances, but you also cannot blame like the circumstances themselves, because who created the circumstances? It wasn't us. This is just like the natural progression of like our culture, unfortunately. And again, you don't see these kinds of issues in like Mennonite communities, in Orthodox communities, in off the grid, like not even like conspiracy theorist people, but like people who live off grid. People don't have these problems, and it's a result directly of people's engagement with their environment. And I don't think that it's fair to blame people for not rejecting all that they've known. And in the same way that I don't think it's fair to say that like it's the single mom's fault that she gave her kid an iPad at the age of 3 because she has to work 4 fucking jobs to pay rent. I think it's a lot of different things, all kind of culminating into one. And it's really easy to point your finger at TikTok and say this is the problem, but there's so many more problems to address, and it's a very very narrow understanding of all of these things. It's superfluous, and anti-intellectual to try to synopsize all of the woes to one thing. That is anti-intellectualism. Boom. Smoke that.
then you are weaponless. To know is to have a sword against an oppressor. To think is to have a mechanism capable of doing anything. So think, goddammit. Original thought. That would be very intellectual of you. Because that's literally, in the end, all we have to do to revive intellectualism, which in my opinion is very much dead. Thanks for watching. Hey, hi. Hey, thanks for watching the video, guys. I was thinking about this a lot. I don't know. I hate to sound all high and mighty in videos, but I've also kind of given up in not sounding how people don't want me to. I just say what I want to say, all right? And I've been
And I think that that's good. But I think what I said to Lewis when we talked is 100% correct, is that he cannot balance insight and introspection. Because he seems to care very much so about others' opinion of him, can't really understand the criticism of himself, and then he either dwells on others' opinion or he dwells in his own mind palace. There's no in between. And somebody who is truly interested in, I guess you could say, like, finding yourself, you have to balance those two things. You have to balance those two things. You have to be able to understand that you perceive yourself a certain way, and that your own brain is going to trick and lie to you. Your brain is going to tell you all kinds of things that aren't even necessarily true. And that's when you solicit, other people's opinions of you, right? Like, if I feel like, when I was talking to Lewis, I'll be vulnerable for a moment. When I was talking to Lewis, I said that I think my perception of myself is that I think that I do a pretty good job of balancing, like, funny kind of like commentary, reactions, crash outs and shit like that with conversations that are like pretty serious and, pretty serious topics or issues, problems, things like that. Like, if we, I think of the example that I can think of off the top of my head is anytime that we've covered what were the ones that we covered most recently? The George Not Found thing. That's the one that's coming to my mind right now. That's the one that I want to say. Where, we can like laugh our fucking asses off that Ticklegate happened. That's so fucking funny. But let's talk about the actual conversation about like what it means to have a natural escalatory tit-for-tat relationship with somebody that you are welcoming. Or even with the KP stuff, that's another really good one that we just talked about, where we're laughing at how fucking stupid KP is and how fucking dumb she is and how Emu Emmy is a lying whore. But then we kind of reel it back and it's like, okay, but like, there is a conversation to be had about women and the way that they are treated in this industry. That is a conversation to have. There is a conversation to have about a power imbalance between somebody that you meet online and you meet in real life. There is an expectation of women being meek. There are conversations to have about, sexual encounters that maybe you don't want to engage in, but you're people pleasing, but that doesn't really branch into the territory of sexual assault or rape. But it's still something that's worth talking about. And so again, like, my perception of myself is that I think that I do a pretty good job of balancing those two things. Obviously, in order to continue to have that perception of myself, I think it's important for me to solicit feedback from others. Do you guys think that I do this pretty well? Do you think that I could do it more? Do you think that I'm too hyperbolic in my reactions? Do you think that I could approach this topic with more empathy? Do you think that we could spend more time talking about the serious aspects of these versus just giving like funny commentary? Soliciting that feedback helps you develop and refine things that are important to you and present them in a way that other people also perceive and see in you that you see in yourself. Because if something that is important to me is being able to balance those two things, and it is, I have to incorporate the way that comes off to other people. I have to, because my reflection of myself only serves me as I exist in isolation. Because if there's something that I want to convey to other people, if I want to let everyone know that this thing is important to me, I have to be able to convey that effectively. And if I'm not, I'm failing. And there's something that I need to change in order to convey that properly. Because we do not exist in isolation. We are social creatures. We exist in the context of all that came before us. We didn't just fall out of a coconut tree. So soliciting that advice is very important, but not just soliciting it, being able to integrate it into your own perception of self and balancing it between how other people perceive you, how you perceive yourself, and what that means to you. And so for Lewis, saying like, I'm just going to say whatever the fuck I want to say now, I don't care. Obviously, we know that's not true. Obviously, we care a great deal what other people think of us, and there's nothing wrong with that. There is literally nothing wrong with actually caring about what other people think of you. There's nothing wrong with that. However, you do need to balance that. Otherwise, you get lost in people pleasing. There's a natural balance to all of these things, and you learn that throughout your life, through experiences, through adapting, through trial and error. And that's something that Lewis has not done. And that therein lies the problem, right? So tell me your thoughts. Do you think I balance that well? Do you think I could do better? Because that is something that I do care about, right? Like, I want to have silly, goofy girl time. But I also want to be able to have serious conversations when serious conversations are needed to be had. I think that that's an important balance. So I am eliciting feedback. What do you guys think? Tell me your thoughts. Not clickbait. Comment below. Let's see. I also have, fuck, I just got lost right here. I have it GG free for the $2. Complex topics are not easy. Very true, very true. Complex problems demand complex solutions. Very true. Miss Jasmine for the 5. Off topic. His new haircut reminds me of Mia Farrow and Rosemary's Baby. I disavow. I'm shaking my head as I read this comment, Miss Jasmine. It's totally inappropriate. And then we have Daboss for 5. I laughed at Michael Vick using the name Run Mexico for a herpes test. That man still ran a dogfighting ring and probably has brain damage from football. Yeah, I think that pretty much anybody who has ever played football before has CTE. Definitely. Triple witness, guys. Thank you so much. That's very generous and very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, JG Free. I appreciate that. I think that it is important to approach all things with great skill and great tact. And I think that putting a humorous light to very complex topics makes it a little bit easier to talk about. I consider humor to be the most advanced coping mechanism that anybody could ever hope to develop. If you can laugh at some of the most terrible things that have ever happened to you, you're winning because you're able to process it in a way where you can analyze what's going on, see what's going on, internalize it, and then let it go when it's time. That's really important to me. I think it's really important. Molly for the 5. Malcolm, I think of you like my 90s Sailor Moon after episode thought, and that's very important to me, even if it's nerdy. I have no idea what that means, but I'm going to take it as a compliment. I've never seen Sailor Moon. Thank you, Molly, for the 5 witness, please. And thank you, Dopamine. I appreciate it. Sure. I completely agree. Like, obviously, I'm the same way, right? Like, if I hear that, somebody's talking shit about me in a video, I'm like tripping over my own feet to be like, yes, like, let's fight. Even if they are giving like very, balanced criticisms or whatever the fuck, like, obviously that's your first reaction. I completely understand that. But I think that it is, really important to be able to do both. I think that, I don't know. I think that some people have and obviously I'm comfortable with almost all of these things. Otherwise I wouldn't stream for fun, in my free time, right? I think that some people have a perception of me that I don't really care about anything and that everything is a joke to me and I don't take anything fucking seriously. And that means that, I'm not like a serious interlocutor. And I don't think that that's true because I think that I've demonstrated otherwise. I think that I can be, pretty dismissive. I think that I can be all of these things, but I think generally speaking, I can do both. And I feel like I communicate that poorly, but obviously, there are certain people that will never see what you want them to see, even if you hold it up right in front of them. You can't wake someone from sleep who is pretending to sleep. You cannot wake the man who pretends to sleep. So, I mean, it is what it is. And that's kind of one of the hardest lessons in life. And everybody learns this as they grow older. You can do, and this is where the insight can get dangerous into people pleasing, is that there are certain people that will hate me, will hate everything about me, will never like me, will always want to see me fail, regardless of what I do. I could give, let's just say that somebody named Sally hates me. Sally hates my fucking guts. I could give Sally $1,000 every week until I die. Is that really going to change Sally's opinion of me? Probably not. I mean, you can do everything in your power. You can be everything that other people expect you to be, and they can still fucking hate you. So living your life in service to other people is a waste. However, it is important to incorporate others' perceptions of you to reflect who you truly are in a way that is digestible and understood by other people. Because it should be important to you that you are what you say you are. That should be important to you. So it's a dangerous balancing act. Dangerous balancing act. Yeah. He shaved his head a long time ago, Morale. Where have you been?
reading a lot. I have a whole channel about it. If you really like reading, you should go check it out. I'll leave it in the description below. Because I think we all genuinely need to employ ourselves into a field of intellect that a lot of us just aren't doing that. So it is a plug for my other channel, but it's also literally me saying that I want you guys to try. That, in my opinion, would better anybody who decides to take part in it. I really like making these philosophical style of videos, and I think it's what I'm going to continue to do now. I am a stupid fool, okay? Let me get that straight. I'm not a smart guy.
True.
The philosophy part of my brain is underdeveloped, small, and baby, and I need to grow it, but I think talking about it with people is genuinely where I want to go, and have ideas, you know, bounce back and forth between me and other people. If you're not here for that, I understand, man. It's a little monotonous, but I genuinely think engaging in a little philosophical thought is good for everybody. And not just that stuff that men think they're so profound for thinking, and then a woman comes along and she's like, I thought about that when I was like 10, dude. And it's like, yeah, that's great. But the philosophical idea of the death of intellectualism, or just anything, just think deeply about anything. That's what I want to do.
Think deeply about anything. That's just what I want to do. That's certainly a choice, I guess. I don't know. I think this is a mistake. I think it's a mistake to do this soul-searching journey in public. I think that your biggest moments of growth and change are done at your hardest moments and completely alone. That's what I think. I think that he's going to regret doing this. I think that he's going to regret doing this. In the same way that he thinks that there's like a problem with like dopamine overconsumption, this is just another form of dopamine overconsumption. For centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries, you know, to the dawn of humanity, people have been growing, introspecting, changing, learning, adapting without an audience. It's new that you get to do this in the presence of an audience. And we're doing it in the presence of an audience because we want the positive attention for it, of course. Let's see what the comments are like, shall we? I haven't seen Lewis' video in so long he went bald. AI stands for anti-intellectualism. Wake up, members of the audience. Lewis is back. Yes. Let's go to new comments. I like new better. I don't want top comments. Beautiful video. Love when messages like this are under 30 minutes. Oh my god, your hair. What's dead is your channel paste. Not gonna lie, the short hair makes you look cunty. I love... It does not. These are all too long. I'm not reading all this. A book rec video would be great. I'm glad that you're back. Asan, or whatever his name is. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I just think, I think this is a mistake. I think this is a mistake. Growth is self-directed and self-fulfilling. It doesn't rely on external validation. You do it for you. Those are the most profound changes in your life. I just think it's a mistake. And I also don't think that he has the ability to do this. And I don't mean that in a way like he's dumb. Just in the sense that like he like doesn't have good critical thinking skills or tools, I guess, because you can learn it, I suppose. Like when we had that conversation and he told me that Midsommar was about colonization and that Danny and Christian, all of them were colonizers to the Harga. Did we watch the same movie? Danny and her friends were colonizers to the Harga. It's a cult. It's a cult. It's a cult. It's literally a cult horror film. Whatever. JG Free for the 2, isn't this what Leadhead is trying to sell? Also, yes. Faux intellectualism is very hot right now. Thank you for the 2, Witness. Yeah, he said, you guys can watch the video. I uploaded it yesterday, right? Yesterday. He said that Midsommar is about like imperialism. Like, let me just go to it. Hang on. Hang on. I'll just get it for you. Hang on a second. Fuck.
Welcome, members of the audience.
No.
Welcome, members of the audience.
No. Hang on. What is up, mamacitas? Buenos dias. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Where's my emotional support transcript? If you haven't watched this video, you should. It's definitely a treat. It's definitely a treat. Hang on. I'm just looking for it. Hang on. I guess I get. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna run to the bathroom while you guys enjoy this Malcolm tent. Hang on. Like we're watching it for the first time where you're like, wow, he's doing a good action. How did you determine that?
Well, I pirated it, but to watch it
Enjoy.
at home.
I'll be right back.
So I got to watch it alone, and I think it was when I realized that he was doing something at his expense for somebody else.
Okay.
That he was putting his career as a lawyer on the line to help another person.
Okay. So, okay. What's your favorite movie?
It's a crazy question. I don't know. Maybe The Incredibles.
The Incredibles. Okay.
Genuinely. But it's only because like I have nostalgia for it. I don't have a favorite movie, but like give me a genre.
Fuck. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a movie that's morally gray. The one that's coming right off the top of my head, and it's my favorite movie. One of my favorite movies is Midsummer. Have you ever seen that movie?
Yeah, of course I've seen Midsummer. That's one of my favorite directors. He's so good.
What did you think of the ending? Was that a happy ending or a sad ending?
I don't think it's either. I think that it's the story. I'll break it down, and you can contradict me if you think I'm wrong. It's a story about a bunch of theoretically a bunch of colonizers coming into a state and doing what they see fit, but like obviously they're just people. They're not part of some city state trying to take over and colonize, but it's the idea is what I garnered from it. I would say that obviously from my point of view, what the villagers were doing was strange. It was honestly, in my opinion, wrong to have to kill people once they reach a certain age. That's weird to me, but it's not weird to them. And for these people to come in from outside and be like, well, that's fucked up, and now we want to read your book that you don't let anybody read, that's what colonizers do.
Do you think it was
morally wrong,
good or bad that Dani chose the Harga over her friends?
I think that I think it's more Stockholm syndrome than anything. So, and I don't think Stockholm syndrome is a good thing. So maybe that's my answer.
Okay. So I want to peel my face off and eat it because, oh my God, Midsummer is so dear to my heart. So I guess
I think it's a great movie.
Well, it's the reverse is true. Ari Aster said specifically, and I mean, if you watch the movie, the symbolism, of course, is that the Harga are a white supremacist cult, and they're indoctrinating natives, native English speakers.
I didn't get that, but yeah, that definitely checks out.
Yeah, I didn't get the you can't miss it part of this movie. Nice. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Great movie, Rao. Great movie. Holes is great. Yeah. Quite an interesting take on Midsummer. It's a cult. The Harga are a cult. I don't like Kick-Ass. I don't really like action movies. I'm not gonna lie. That's a hot take of mine. That is a hot take of mine. You want his opinion of Get Out? Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. I don't want his opinion on Jordan Peele because he probably thinks that Jordan Peele is a visionary. Jordan Peele is a hack. Jordan Peele sucks. Jordan Peele sucks. Hate Jordan Peele. Hate him. Yeah, I don't really care for action movies. They're not really my thing. They're not really my thing at all. No, I liked Watchmen, but I also am very hated in my taste for action movies because everybody get ready to boo. I like Zack Snyder movies. There, I said it. I like Zack Snyder movies. There, I said it. I like 300. I like Watchmen. I like Sucker Punch. I like them all. There, I said it. I said it, and now I'm free. I said it, and now I'm free. No, I didn't like the TV show. I like the Zack Snyder movie, Watchmen, but I do not like the TV series. I know. Everybody hates that. I like Zack Snyder. There, I said it. I like Zack Snyder. I do. I do. And I'm tired of pretending that I don't. Sucker Punch, I was so mad because Sucker Punch was the only not R-rated Zack Snyder film. That was the movie that he decided to not make R-rated. Why? 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 Why, Zach? Why? Why? That should have been R-rated. Sucker Punch should have been R-rated. It would have been so much better. Zaki, thank you for the $4.99. I won't say a word. Mum's the word. Everybody with us. Yeah, Sucker Punch is phenomenal, dude. Phenomenal. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sucker Punch is so good. Sucker Punch should have been rated R. That would have been a really good R-rated film, but he fucked it up. That I was looking forward to that. I was hoping that that was going to be an R-rated movie. I waited for that movie to come out for so fucking long. It was still really good, but it would have been made better. Zack Snyder is at his best when he can do like insane, crazy, like kill shots, lots of blood, and lots of fucking. Those are the best Zack Snyder movies. Sucker Punch is just a great movie, okay? Great movie. It's really good. I really like it. I really like it a lot. I really like it a lot. I thought it was quite phenomenal. I deeply enjoyed it. Deeply enjoyed it. That fucker, he's already on kick? God damn it. Man. I didn't realize that I didn't have as many Twitch heads in here as I would have expected. I thought that you guys would certainly choose Reservoir, but I guess that a lot of you guys don't know who Reservoir is, which is a shame. It's a shame. I forget, how far I've come. I forget that you guys don't know the tragedy of Prime Kai. You don't know the tragedy of Dylan Burns. You don't know the tragedy of Katarana. You don't know the tragedy of, you know of Lady Raincloud, but you don't know the tragedy of Lady Raincloud. You don't know, the tragedy of Mixed Vivian Wolf. You don't know Demon Mama. You don't know Doe. You don't know Lumi Roo. You don't know. You just don't know the ancient lore. Oh, Morale's gonna stream? Oh, perfect. Thank God. The tragedy of RGR. The tragedy of RGR. Go ahead. I'm waiting, Morale. I'm not doing anything. I'm waiting. Demon Mama does a podcast with Luxander and Gayfesh where they review movies. It's very small and it's like in the background. I don't think that most people know. Also, fun fact, when RGR had her debate with Doe, guess who talked to RGR mere moments before that conversation? It was me. At the beginning of that conversation, Doe says, "How was your conversation with Malcolm?" That's me. It's the same one. I was there when the Ancient Magic was written. I was there. I was there. I reacted to that entire stream live. It was awesome. It was fucking awesome. It was awesome, dude. I know I could have changed the course of history, but I didn't. I know some of you guys have been with me for a long time. I know Glenn was there. Glenn was there definitely. Glenn was there. Glenn's been there through it all. Glenn was there when I debated Calvin Guerra. Glenn was there when I got in trouble for making a joke about being a tanky. Glenn knows the lore of Malcolm and the problematic Uyghur genocide. Glenn knows it all. Glenn's been there. Glenn's been there. Rez actually puts all of her sets on YouTube. Fun fact, if you guys didn't know that. Yeah, Glenn mentioned. Let's see. She puts all of her Red Rock shows on YouTube. And she also made the new Halloween sound, which is cool. What do you think we should go for, you guys? Let's go for... I don't really care for that one much. I don't want telepathy. I want zone. That's the one that I want. I don't know. No, I don't want that one. Not contorted. Is it this one? These are okay. There's better ones. This is contorted live. This is upper. No, it's a shame. There's not more portal visuals here. It's very disappointing to me, but there's not more. Let's approximate. That one's okay. She puts all of her sets on. This is the visualizer for Black Ice. What's this one? No. Where's the fucking visualizer for Open Your Eye? That's the one that I want. Just totally fucking geeked. Just geeking out. Geeking out. Yeah, I see the Morale went live. I can change that. To Morale. Hang on, I gotta refresh. Yeah. Rez is something. I love Rez. I love Rez. Love, love, love. Rez is really good. And you can see all of her sets. So Rez Rocks is the show that she does at the Red Rocks Amphitheater every year. She's putting the new one up. It just isn't uploaded yet. But so you can see here. Hang on, let me go to this. You can see here if we go to her videos. Would recommend her YouTube channel is obviously Rez. That's her YouTube channel, of course. You can see here that this is her full set from EDC. And then this is her full set from Rez Rocks last year. So you can watch the whole thing. And it's really good. It's really good. Would recommend. This is like sports viewing for dubstep enjoyers, because every year for Lost Lands they live stream it. It's called Couchlands. So when they upload this shit, it's really, really cool. And then this year she did do her Portal show. Her shit is so good, dude. It's so good. You can't beat it. You cannot beat it. You cannot beat it. Res Live is something to witness. I don't think I'll ever be the same. I don't think I'll ever be able to enjoy life again, because I have seen God, and her name is Res. And then there's this. This is the only other one because I want to go to Res Rocks. I didn't go this year. I've been going a little crazy with going to concerts, but this is from this year. That's loud as fuck, isn't it? I have no idea why that was so loud. I apologize. She never does fast music. She always does like slow trancey music. So that's the fastest song that she has, and it's awesome. It fucks. Res drum and bass. It's awesome. Yeah. If you ever have the opportunity to see Res live, don't miss it. She's amazing. She's amazing. Oh, all right, guys. I am gonna go and spend time with my wife. Okay. I'm gonna send you guys to Morale. Morale is transgender ally of the day. Thank you very much, Morale. Thanks, guys, for hanging out with me. I appreciate it as per usual. Everybody was very generous this afternoon / evening. I will be again slowly chipping away at all of my edited segments. I'm working on it. I'm getting there. It's taken me a minute to get through all these, but I will have stuff drip fed to you throughout the week. Probably won't see you again until Monday next week, as per being a little bit more busy than usual, but I will see you guys next Monday for certain. If something crazy happens, I'll make time this week. If not, I will see you guys on Monday, and I will have slop-fed content for you. Make sure you join the Discord so you can keep an eye on that hot content as it drops. Everybody go and be nice to our #1 transgender ally, Morale. And I will see you guys later, alligators. Hug, hug, kiss, kiss, XOXO. Gossip Girl.
Awkward, Akko Taco.
Bitches. Sup, bitches? It's Chad Warden here. Alright, I'm talking about that PS Triple. The PS Triple. I ain't talking about that Wii. That
You ain't
Wii
talking